Good evening, everyone. Welcome to our September 24th Town Council meeting, both to those that are joining us in person and virtually. We're going to begin with our conference agenda. It's a proclamation.
Council President.
Is that what we're doing? Proclamation, is that Mayor?
Yeah,
Mayor,
but
you-
I have to open the
Oh,
opening
I'm
statement.
sorry.
That's okay.
Madam Clerk.
This is to inform the general public that this meeting is being held in compliance with Section 5 of the Open Public Meetings Act, Chapter 231, Public Law 1975. The annual notice was emailed to the Star Ledger and filed in the Township Clerk's office on November 21st, 2023, and published in the West Orange Chronicle on November 30th, 2023. Councilwoman Castellino,
Present.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Present.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Present.
Councilwoman Williams,
Present.
Council President Rutherford,
Here.
Mayor McCartney.
Mayor McCartney.
Good evening, everyone. Council President, thank you. I did ask, actually, I did introduce suicide prevention to the police a few years ago. And Tammy seems to have a very personal story about it, and she is running with it. No pun intended, but she has conducting the stop for suicide prevention for a number of years now and personally attached. So if you would, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council President and council member colleagues, those who are here in council chambers, as well as the public. As the mayor indicated, this is a very personal mission to and for me. If you do not know my story, please, I don't want to belabor this evening with the details, but it is a family crisis that occurred to my younger sister. So September is Suicide Prevention Month, and we have a proclamation to honor Suicide Prevention Month. And what we want to do, even though this topic seems very dark, is bring awareness, because there is a preventable disease here. And if we know the warning signs of suicide, then sometimes we can help those who are in crisis. So with that, our proclamation reads, National Suicide Prevention Month. Whereas the month of September is National Suicide Prevention Month, it is a time for mental health advocates, prevention organizations, and community members to unite to raise awareness of suicide prevention. We can all help to prevent suicide. And whereas in the United States, there is one death every 11 minutes due to suicide and is the second leading cause of death among 10 to 24-year-olds. And whereas suicide prevention is a public health issue that requires the combined efforts of individuals, families, friends, educators, faith communities, mental health professionals, and government agencies working together to prevent this tragedy. And whereas by offering compassion, reducing stigma around mental health, and supporting the development of effective treatment options, we can work together to create a world where suicide is no longer a leading cause of death. And whereas we encourage all residents to take time to understand mental health through education and recognize that we need to take care of our mental health while we take care of each other. And whereas if you or someone you know is in crisis, please contact the 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline, where you can connect with a trained counselor. 988 is confidential, free, and available 24/7, 365. Call or text 988. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Mayor Susan McCartney, Mayor of West Orange, and the West Orange Township Council do hereby proclaim September 2024 as Suicide Prevention Month. and encourage all citizens to participate in activities and initiatives that promote mental health and well-being, and to work together to prevent suicide in our community. In addition to our suicide prevention proclamation, I host annually, and I started in 2019 before COVID, the WOSAC Foundation, Stop Suicide, West Orange Stop Suicide Advocacy Coalition. And I have to give a tremendous amount of honor and credit to the woman who was the catalyst behind this mission, and that was Miss Lauren Macedo. Unfortunately, her son, Zach, had succumbed to death by suicide in their home. She is no longer with us. She also took her life last year after 4 or 5 very serious attempts. It is just imperative that we understand that people should not and do not have to suffer in silence and or to suffer alone. And so I have monitored since 2019 the deaths that we have had in West Orange by suicide or even the suicide attempts. And I'm so very pleased and proud that our department, our township, took on a different approach to mental health and mental wellness by being the first township police department to have a program where mental health professionals rode along with our police officers. That is a policy shift in how we treat mental health and wellness. So I would ask that we give our police department, our township, a round of applause, because that is a continued program. I have been touched by this illness, just close up, personal, familial, and of course, every time there is an incident in West Orange, it impacts me deeply. And so I tried to figure out what is it that we can do as a community so that we can continue to increase awareness, let people know that there's help, let people know that never ever do they have to suffer alone. So I created, through my foundation, a zero suicide campaign. I would like this campaign to last to begin September of this year, and for us to do this campaign for 1 year in the hopes that within this 12-month period, we can eliminate suicide in our municipality of West Orange. So the foundation is launching the Zero Suicide campaign from September 24 to September 25, aiming for zero suicides in our community. By engaging all local resources, including the West Orange Police Department, Township Health Department, schools, residents, and community organizations, we will work together to create a comprehensive year-long initiative that supports mental health and suicide prevention. We're not going to go through the entire campaign, but what I have asked each of us to do, and whether you're an adult parent, whether you are a township employee, or whether you are a student in our schools in West Orange, we have created a wellness pledge. And I'm going to just read the pledge for our adults and parents. And that pledge will simply say, as an adult and part of the West Orange community, I pledge to prioritize mental health for myself, my family, and those around me. I commit to understanding my emotions. I will take time to reflect on my mental and emotional well-being and seek help when needed. Talking openly. I will communicate honestly with family, friends, and loved ones about how I'm feeling and encourage them to do the same. 3, seeking professional support. If I or someone close to me is struggling with mental health challenges, I will seek the necessary resources and support. 4, checking in on loved ones. I will be mindful of changes in behavior, mood, or actions in my family and friends, and offer support by asking if they are okay. And 5, we will create a supportive environment. You will foster a home and community where mental health is prioritized and asking for help is encouraged without stigma. Together, we can protect the well-being of ourselves and our loved ones, helping to prevent suicide and build a healthier community. And I'm asking each of us, whether you be, again, a child, an adult, or a township employee, to take this pledge. And let's not be afraid of erasing the stigma, talking about mental health and wellness, because our mental health is health. Thank you so much for your time and your indulgence. And please, by all means, if anyone you know is at risk or in need, recommend that they seek help immediately. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. We have a presentation by the new assisted living facility on Eagle Rock Avenue. Is that Mariola Coldis? Yep.
Good evening, and thank you, Mayor, for allowing us to come in this evening. We were not ready for this, but we greatly appreciate the fact that you decided to welcome us here. My name is Mariola Coldis. I'm the administrator for the New Chelsea community at 609 Eagle Rock. We are brand new to the area. I do not live in West Orange. I personally live in Morristown, New Jersey. Linda, my self-directed, lives in Warren. But we are new to the area. We're doing awfully a lot of outreach, and we would like to know anything and everything about West Orange. Our brand new community will not be open until spring of next year, and that's got to roll out. So things have been along the way. At the time being, we are operating out of sales office, which is located behind the community itself, and will be available to visit and to the public, open to the public within the next couple of weeks, maybe even days. We are present in a community. We're reaching out to different officials, to senior centers, to churches, synagogues, just to make ourselves available and visible to all of you guys. We want to support the community. We always close with the first responders. We rely on them tremendously. So thank you for having us this evening. Linda has been working for Chelsea for over 20 years. We'll fill you in on the history. I'm new to Chelsea. I come in from Brandywine, living in Mawa, where I was an administrator for close to a decade, but decided to relocate to Morristown and obtain a position with Chelsea only about a month ago. But Linda will fill you in on the history of Chelsea and the 12 buildings we currently have in 2 states only, New Jersey and New York. We are a small company. So thank you for having us this evening. Thank you.
Thanks. Councilwoman, that was powerful. Thank you. Beautiful. So thank you so much, Mayor and Council and everyone here. We're so excited to be a part of West Orange. As Mariola said, I have been with the Chelsea for over 20 years in 5 different buildings. West Orange is new. I grew up in Cranford and live in Warren, so I always knew of West Orange, but I am just getting to know every little nook and cranny and corner that there is. As Mariola said, I am the sales director, so here I go. We are a very philanthropic organization. Yes, we've got a lot of assisted livings in the area, 3 right here in West Orange. What sets the Chelsea apart is that we're locally owned and operated. We only have 12 locations, and we believe in getting extremely entrenched in the community. For those of you who may remember, our site was the Atrium wedding venue, but before that it was the Cabana Club. Does anybody remember the Cabana Club? So they're our best friends now. Somehow I found out that it was the Cabana Club, and we met Helene Kipnes, an attorney who is the chairperson, and they had a reunion on Saturday at the Cat Center, and we were pleased to sponsor that event. So I understand it's like sacred ground. So we hope we're doing the Cabana Club proud. But honestly, we do have a budget to give, whether it's sponsoring a Little League team, whether it's Lions Club, Unico, the schools. This is what we're supposed to do, especially me. I got to give money away. So thank you. As soon as we can, I'd love for you to come visit. If you have any questions in the meantime, we are at 609 Eagle Rock. And again, we thank you very much for allowing us to speak tonight.
Thank you.
You're the council president.
Yes.
Can I say something?
Yes.
I just want to say, welcome, ladies, and thank you so much. And I have to maybe add this to Mr. Fagan. He might not even know this fact, but I believe, if I remember properly, that Ian Ziering was discovered at a play at the Cabana Club when he was younger. So. Ian Ziering, 902.
90210. Oh. Which mountain?
I did not know it. Today years old. All right, I want to thank both of our presentations. We have a little bit of time left for our liaison announcements. We'll start in reverse order. Councilwoman Williams.
Thank you very much. For liaison announcements, we will host our next Historic Preservation Commission meeting on the second Wednesday of October. The Municipal Alliance Commission has not met, again, that they meet quarterly. And the Arts Center opened on September 24th with an amazing gallery exhibit for Latin or Hispanic History Month with our Latin artists being featured. It was a wonderful opening. It will continue to be open on Saturdays and Sundays. And then our next event at the Art Gallery will be on Indigenous Peoples Day. That's October 14th via registration. I am in partnership with another organization hosting a film, Dying to Vote. It will begin at 1 p.m. We will probably do 2 showings, but the information will be on the municipal calendar as well as on the Arts Center calendar if it's not already up. But Dying to Vote is a 30-minute documentary on how important the right to vote is and some of the challenges that have been experienced throughout the history of voting by different parts of the country. That's all I have, other than, of course, on October the 6th, we have our Run for WOSAC at Rock Spring Golf Club. And registration is open, and we look forward to seeing you there so that we can, again, continue to spread awareness and increase prevention. That's all I have, Council President. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Scarpa.
Great, thank you. Our seniors were in full force again at the OSPAC for Jazz Fest. We had a fabulous time. Our couple from the Degnan House were on another date. I promised them we'd try to get them out once a month. The senior bus, thank you to Laura Van Dyke and Michael Fanzino, took those seniors who couldn't get there on their own. They had so much fun that when the bus came, they did not want to leave. It was the first time that they said, "Can't we stay?" So I just want Laura and Mike and the mayor to know how much it is enhancing the lives of our seniors to just get them out for a simple event like that once in a while. And we're looking forward to taking them again to Motown. Laura is confirming whether she can get the bus, but whether, I don't think she'll have a problem, but if she should, we'll find a way to get them there. But we have a nice group who really are getting to know one another, they're socializing, and that's really so important because we know how isolated our seniors can be. And that will be next Saturday, the Motown, and they had a really nice time at the community band at OSPAC, and the West Orange Community Band, if you haven't seen them, are playing at Liberty Middle School on October 30th. And they are fabulous and it is free. So our seniors are going to come out for that. And I hope that the community will also come out. I see our environmental chair is here. Our environmental committee meets tomorrow, so I don't have any news on that yet. And our economic development committee will meet on Thursday. So we'll have updates for the next meeting.
Thank you, Councilwoman Geber Michael.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us here in our council chambers, and to those of you on Zoom, welcome. The Open Space Commission is meeting on October 10th here in Town Hall, and it's at 7 p.m. And tomorrow evening, the West Orange Pedestrian Safety Advisory Board is meeting via Zoom at 7 p.m. Unfortunately, I won't make it because, or I'm sorry, 7:30, I believe. I'm not going to make it because I have my son's back to school night. He's in Edison Middle School. So I wish all the parents and kids a wonderful school year and a wonderful back to school tomorrow night. So that concludes my liaison announcements.
Thank you, Councilwoman Castellino.
Yeah, thank you, Council President. What I love about September and school back in is all the programming that's happening on the weekends. and weather has been exceptional. So, you know, West Orange Arts Center had their showing, as Councilwoman said, and that was just amazing. OSPAC was Saturday night, as Councilwoman Scarpa said, and just the talent that we have that performs there and that also lives in our community is also amazing. The Nikhil Bellani Walk on Sunday morning, the support for that organization ongoing and all they do for pedestrian safety. And all I could say is, folks, slow down, slow down, slow down in our community, because there's just been so much speeding going on. And with school in, we had a school bus cut off, another school bus another person trying to cut off a school bus. And you really need to slow down and pay attention to our crosswalks. Downtown Alliance, again, they've been working really hard, beautification grant. Ms. Brill one day will give us a report on all their great activities. And if you haven't seen the butterflies and the Imagination Alley down by Supreme Bakery, I hope you do so. At our meeting the other night, I want to thank our economic developer was there, and he told us of all the great benefits of bringing in a film studio to downtown West Orange and how beneficial that will be. And our business owners were very receptive of that, and they're very excited for that, and they're looking forward to that. So that gets me excited, and I hope we could move forward for the sake of our businesses in downtown West Orange. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilwoman. We had our insurance commission meeting today. Joint meeting met last week. I think that's good enough for me. Since it's 7 o'clock, I'd like to get started. Madam Clerk.
This is to inform the general public that this meeting is being held in compliance with Section 5 of the Open Public Meetings Act, Chapter 231, Public Law 1975. The annual notice was emailed to the Star Ledger and filed in the Township Clerk's office on November 21st, 2023, and published in the West Orange Chronicle on November 30th, 2023. Councilwoman Castellino?
Present.
Councilwoman Geber Michael?
Present.
Councilwoman Scarpa?
Present.
Councilwoman Williams? Council President Rutherford?
Here.
Mayor McCartney? Will everyone please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The council is now in their public meeting.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. As always, we will begin with public comment. Public comment is for for members that are in person only. So we will not have a public comment from Zoom. You will not have to be called upon. When the microphone is open, just make your way to it. And please state your name and your address before you begin your comment. We're going to begin with Mr. Fagan this evening. Mr. Fagan.
Thank you very much, Council President. This is always a nerve-wracking moment all day for me, knowing that I have to deliver this report. So I'm going to do my best, and pardon me if I'm nervous. I can't believe that that I'm saying welcome fall. Fall began on Sunday. Of course, it means that the year is now 3/4 over. It seems like we just celebrated New Year's, but fall has begun in West Orange. And to that point, the leaf collection procedure for 2024 is now posted on our website. There's a lot of restrictions and regulations there. It is not yet running on social media. It will be soon, but it is certainly up on our website to check out. Also, good news, the West Orange Fire Department has received an Assistance to Firefighters Grant Award. I believe it was for $76,000+, and it will go towards training. It will help further train our already well-trained fire department. Speaking of the fire department, their annual open house is coming up on Sunday, October 6th from 11 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. This is a great opportunity to bring the kids and the adults out to have hands-on experience with the fire equipment, and just all the excitement that brings, seeing the fire apparatus up close. There's a parking feasibility study that's going to be taking place on the September 25th, 26th, and 28th. I believe that's a Wednesday, Thursday, and a Saturday. Now, there will be no road closures associated with this, and the public will probably not even be affected by it. But we pointed out because there will be individuals, I say work crews, but there really aren't work crews. Their work will be limited to looking at and studying the parking situation in 3 neighborhoods, I believe Watchung Heights, the Valley, and one other I can't remember. And I also concluded that it's on a Wednesday, a Thursday, and a Saturday, just so that they have data to see what the change is from during the week to Saturday parking. Mayor McCartney's next open office hours are October 3rd, 6 to 8 p.m. Please stop in and see the mayor if you have any concerns, suggestions, anything you want to talk about. No appointment is ever necessary. You may have heard there's an election coming up. Voter registration deadline is October 15th. And you can register at votenj.gov. This information is running on our website. We have a Diwali festival. I probably said that wrong, and I apologize. Coming up on Sunday, October 13th, from 2 p.m. to 5 p.m. at the West Orange High School. This is going to be a celebration of music, food, and culture. As Councilwoman Williams pointed out earlier, the 5K run for WOSAC is coming up. There is sponsorship information. You can contact Councilwoman Williams directly. This information is our website. Also want to point out that at this event on October 6th, there will be some road closures. There will be soft closure, hard closure, and some barricades in place. And once again, this information is on our website. And more importantly, just follow the instructions of the police officer who might be on duty at that location. I mentioned this last meeting. It's worth mentioning again. Sunday, October 6th is shredding day. Get those documents ready. There are also some restrictions associated with this. So please check our website to see what can and can't be taken. I know off the top of my head, there's 4 boxes limited per household, and no previously shredded documents are accepted. So please check the website. Also, the West Orange Police Department is having National Suicide in celebration, and celebration isn't the right word, in awareness of National Suicide Prevention Month. They are having an event at the library on September 25th. And of course, the library is located at 10 Rooney Circle. And as Council Williams also mentioned earlier, they do participate, was the first law enforcement agency in New Jersey with mental health associates, where trained individuals show up with police officers to de-escalate problems. And it has been very effective, and it has set an industry standard for law enforcement agencies around the state. The mercantile law, the annually renewable license, is each October 1st. This information is on our website. I believe this applies to business owners. So you can check out the information on our website. The details, of course, are at westorange.org. And happening this Thursday, the Pink Warriors are coming to West Orange. I believe they're making 21 stops on a statewide tour. They will be here Thursday, September 26th at 3:30, right here in front of Town Hall. And of course, October is Breast Awareness Month, Breast Cancer Awareness Month, excuse me. And so they will be kicking off here at West Orange Town Hall on Thursday, September 26th. Also, it was brought up before about the run for the Stop for Nikila run that happened this past Sunday, 5K event. And it was covered by News 12 in New Jersey. And it wasn't just a brief mention, it was some extensive coverage, and you can see that piece on their website. I don't see Anthony Puglisi from the county here tonight, but this is his contact information. Should you have any need to contact him, this is his email and phone number, and he is very responsive to phone calls and certainly emails. You can contact all Township Council members via email. There is no public comment from the Zoom audience, but you can email them at council@westorange.com. Council President, I believe that concludes my report. I got I seen the hook to come sit down, so I'm heading to my seat now. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Puglisi is not here. I don't see him either, so we will open it to the floor for public comment. If anyone in the gallery would like to address the council, now is your chance. You can approach the podium, use the microphone. Please state your name and where you're from.
Go for it. I like that. Go for it. That's good.
Hold off on the clock just for like 10 seconds. Good evening, council, council president, mayor. My name is Jessica Pearson. I'm from Verona. And I've been serving on the Verona Environmental Commission since 2013 when I began a curiosity-driven course of study into the stormwater management rules of the state of New Jersey, best management practices, et cetera, et cetera. Don't ask, because I really don't have an excuse why I'm so impassioned by it, but I just am. In 2018, I joined the Verona Planning Board, and I am honored to serve as chair to both today. In 2019, we learned on the commission about the Watershed Institute of New Jersey. They are an institute that advocate for clean water, but they do more. They also teach municipalities how to tighten the screws and pass more effective environmental ordinances. So I took their model enhanced ordinance of their stormwater and I took it to the administration in Verona and I said, what do you think? Can we do it? Can I do this? Can you let me do it? And they said, go for it. 5-0 passed 2021. And again, this past round, same thing. Went to the planning board, boom, 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 it passed. I'm here to advocate for West Orange to do the same thing, to pass a more strict ordinance, because right now on September 10th, you guys introduced an ordinance that has the minimum requirements. Not good enough. You could do better, I think. I think you would agree with me once you hear what you could do, and it's really easy. Well, the bottom line is this. We know what happens when development happens in our neighborhoods, in our properties, right? It doesn't stop at Verona's border. It hits Cedar Grove. Caldwell hits Verona. It goes to Cedar Grove, Patterson, all the way down the line, Little Falls, Totowa, et cetera. When you guys do development, you got to add us to the chain, and then you have to turn around and look at Essex Fells and Roseland and Orange and beyond. We all affect each other. We need to pass more conscientious ordinances because we have to be better neighbors. We really do. And I think that everybody is sitting up there on that dais because they want to be good custodians to the greater public. This is a way to do that. From as rural as Hamilton, New Jersey, to as urban as Jersey City, these stormwater management ordinances are being enhanced. It doesn't matter that the communities are very different in character. We all have one thing, glaring thing in common, and that is the increase in intensity in storms, the increase in the rainfall volume, the increase in impervious surface that comes from all the development that we're all experiencing, and the tree loss that usually coincides with development. And I point this out because the updates in the ordinance that you guys will be passing, the state updates, tell us that these weather conditions and patterns are going to continue. They're not going to end. Right now, your effective ordinance relies on 1998 rainfall averages, more than a quarter of a century ago, right? The new one that you will be passing at some point in the near future, that relies on 2019's rainfall averages, and it requires engineers to design their stormwater management for rainfall averages projected for the year 2100, 75 years in the future. Proactive. We can all be more proactive. Here are some of the updates that you could easily add to your ordinance. Oh my God, I only have 59 seconds. Major development. You can redefine major development. The state says it's an acre or more of disturbance. In Verona, in Princeton, in Jersey City, it's a half acre. Half acre of disturbance. The state says a quarter acre or more, that's almost 11,000 square feet. Quarter acre more of new impervious surface. No, in Verona, it's 5,000 square feet of new impervious surface. That triggers the ordinance. Now you have to do stormwater management on your site. You can amend applicability, since it is in your zoning code, to apply to all zones. You can amend applicability to apply to all residential development. So when somebody wants to build an apartment building on a 3/4 acre lot, well, gosh, they got to do stormwater management on that 3/4 acre lot because you redefined it as a half acre or more. Redevelopment. Oh
Your
my God,
time is up.
I look at your Corvettes parking lot. Corvettes, remember that Corvette? I'm almost done.
Remember.
Do I gotta go?
You can finish.
Okay. Redevelopment is not included in the state's ordinance. I look at your Kmart or Corvettes, formerly Corvettes. I look at Verona's Kings parking lot on Pompton Avenue. These were built in the 60s. They have they're devoid of stormwater management. So when you do the redevelopments, why wouldn't you want state-of-the-art development to also have protections for your neighbors and your own community and the resiliency of your stormwater management system that can't handle all the runoff? Finally, you can add a provision for minor developments like Verona has, because all of those little patios and additions on homes, they add up. I'm just saying that I will be available. I will make myself available to speak to any of you. I can redline anything. So if you want to
And
send
she
me
has.
an ordinance, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Ms. Pearson.
Yeah.
Ready for me? Yep. Good evening, council and mayor. My name is Anthony Sharperson, 104 Harrison Avenue, Llewellyn Park Bar and Grill, owner operator. As some of you are aware, we've received a few noise ordinance complaints in summonses. All those summonses have been overturned. Most recently, we received one last Friday at 6 p.m. We made ourselves aware of what rules and ordinances govern our businesses, and we've self-monitored. We've purchased own meters. We've added a vestibule to limit any noise from anyone entering the building or exiting. In regards to entertainment, we do have it, but we limit it to 12 o'clock on the weekends, 11 o'clock during the week, and we only have a DJ once during the week, and it's really for karaoke purposes. So once people leave, they go home for work, the night is over. But obviously receiving a ticket at 6 p.m. on a Friday, when the ordinance extends to 11 o'clock, it just feels like even all the measures that we're taking is not going to appease our one or two neighbors who have issues and concerns with us. So I just pretty much wanted to go on record and let the town know that we've done pretty much all that we can do to operate within the confines of the law, and we do have that ability to operate. But when you have neighbors who don't want to be neighborly, and we've tried to be neighborly since we've been in business for the last 2 years, even down to our name. When we came to Llewellyn, West Orange, we were like, we want to be part of the community. And that's why we named it Llewellyn Park, to let the town, the residents, anyone around know that, hey, we want to be part of the fabric that makes up West Orange. So I'm really not sure what we can do. I'm sure it came across some of you guys' desks, and I just wanted to introduce myself and let you know that I'm available to talk and meet anytime. I'm not sure exactly who the neighbors are that are complaining, but again, I welcome them to come to the business and see how we operate. Personally, I've been in business for over 18 years in the restaurant business, so I pretty much have dealt with it all. So I'm just trying to get ahead of the curve with this. We do have, like I said, another summons that just came out last Friday, and then that one was weird because today we just received a notice that is going to be an in-person hearing as opposed to a Zoom. So obviously, people on the prosecution side are getting frustrated as well. And I don't want to be looked at like I'm doing harm to the neighborhood. We just want to be part of the neighborhood, and be good neighbors. That's it. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sharperson.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, Chief. My name is Alfred Rousseau. I'm a commissioner on the Economic Development Commission. And on behalf of our chairman, Ronald Charles, I'd like to read a letter in support of, or the subject of the letter is the resolution 273-24, authorizing the execution of a purchase agreement, an amendment to redevelopment agreement with MDGA, West Orange Downtown Redevelopment LLC. The West Orange Economic Development Commission, EDC, has followed and supported the ongoing efforts of the Township Administration and Council to move ahead with Fourth Amended redevelopment plan to create a new film services overlay district, which will promote film production activities adjacent to the location of the world's first film production studio, the Black Maria, on the grounds of the Thomas Edison National Historic Park. The EDC understands that the Township Council has important pending resolution 273-24 on your next meeting agenda that will authorize the execution of a purchase agreement, an amendment to the redevelopment agreement with a designated redeveloper, MDGA, West Orange Downtown Redevelopment LLC. The EDC strongly recommends that the Township Council approve resolution 273-24 to allow the economic redevelopment of a downtown to move ahead for the benefit of the residents and taxpayers of West Orange. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Is this working, Joe?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Council President, Councilwomen, administrators, Mayor McCartney. I'm Mike Brick. I'm here as Chairman of the Environmental Commission and also as a private citizen to discuss the film studio. And I am in favor of it, and I would like to explain why. So I've been in town 51 years, even though I'm 29. I don't know how that happened, but it did. And I've been in business my entire life, mainly in Essex County with family businesses and our own business. So I bring both the environmental side and the business side to this situation. So environmentally, the Edison property is a brownfield property. As I understand it, the state and the federal government haven't given a final resolution about the exact condition of the property. So the developer is willing to work with the scientists and the agencies to create his project. And that is a major situation that many developers wouldn't do in the state of New Jersey because we're the most polluted state and we have brownfields all over and you have to pick and choose your spot. And there are many spots in New Jersey that you can pick to have a film studio. For instance, we have film studios popping up in many places in New Jersey. One of them is a Cinelease studio in Cavan Point. There's another one that will be done. It's called Bayonne's 1880 Studios. That's approved and in the works. And then we also have Netflix, which is a $1 billion studio complex in Fort Monmouth, run by Hollywood, Lionsgate, and run by themselves. Then there's another one at NJ Pack in Newark, run by Hollywood and Lionsgate. So if we don't approve this now, other choices will be made by developers, by this specific developer. And the size and scope of this is not a giant studio. It's only on 13 some acres, but what it'll provide New Jersey, I'm sorry, West Orange here in New Jersey, is on-site production services, grip and electrical equipment, props, set building, location catering, cleaning services, security, office and support spaces, parking for 200 to 400 cars, plus 30 to 60 trucks, and it will generate 300 to 600 full-time jobs. And if we do this right, many people who have these full-time jobs will reside in West Orange if we make them welcome and give them incentives to do so. I'm not talking about monetary incentives. I'm talking about social incentives to be part of this town. The other situation is taxes. As a business person, as I understand it, there is no tax deal with this developer as of now. But what there is the state of New Jersey has a huge amount of money, hundreds of millions of dollars that they're giving to developers for the New Jersey film industry studios. If we don't vote for this now, that money could be gone. And once it's gone, there's much less reason for a film studio developer to come to West Orange. It's not that big a site. It's a very important historical site, but there are choices that are to be made. One of the things that I was told, and tell me if I'm right, President Bill Rutherford, you had wanted this developer to put on a STEM facility on site. And I recommend that what we do is we talk to them and talk about a program for STEM students in our high school as an apprenticeship type program on site that they work with. And instead of asking for a building to be put on site or a specific place in their facility, I think it would be well worth it.
Your time
for us
is
to
up.
vote it in and then work with them because they seem to be very workable people and have an agreement to do a mentoring situation with our high school STEM students. It would be very valuable for them as PR to the community, and it would make it an extremely wonderful opportunity for the students in STEM who are interested in pursuing all the sciences and arts that are in a film studio. So thank you for listening to me, and I hope you will approve this very important project for the town of West Orange.
Thank you, Mr. Blake.
Good evening, Mayor and Town Council. My name is Lucille Wilson. I'm at 10 Gaston Street, the Renter House. I have brought this issue up before between the Senior Advisory Board meeting as well as the council once before. My concern is the corner of Lindsay and Main Street. There is no crosswalk. There is no light. There are 2 bus stops. There's a very concern with the seniors that have disabilities, seen or unseen, or either just pedestrians trying to cross that street. Somebody's going to get killed. There are 2 bus stops. There's public service. There's a bank. And cars do not stop. Now you have the Renter House and you have another senior building coming up. You have seniors who want to be independent, who want to walk the town of West Orange downtown, but they don't feel safe crossing the street. This is a very big concern of mine and also for my tenants and my residents in my building as well as others. Something needs to be done. I have addressed this issue for a year and nothing has been done. There's not even a crosswalk, nothing. So how are we supposed to cross the street? We take a risk. I don't want to become a statistic. So something needs to be done. That's my concern. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk.
Yes.
Could you repeat the streets that she identified?
Lindsley and Main. Lindsley Avenue and Main,
Thank you.
right there. That one is it.
First name Barbara, last name M-O-N-K, Monk. I just want to reiterate what my neighbor just said about this crosswalk that's at 59 Main Street in West Orange. And that shelter that we stand to get the 71 and the 21 is right in front of the PS&G as well as the bank that's on the opposite side of the street. What I'd like to see done in regard to that area is for the traffic engineer to have a new sign put up, have a red sign put up that reads about a violation to let people know that that sign means business. And also where there would be a yellow line normally that lets you know you're not supposed to park there, put a red line there. Have a red sign there so that that red sign reads certain things to let them know that they're in violation. In addition to that, that they will be fined. Fine them $100. If you want to fine them more, so be it. But the point is that that's very dangerous. Last week, when we came to the association meeting, tennis association meeting, Lucille and I was attempting to get on the 71 bus to come further up in West Orange. And what had happened was when she stepped out, the car that was here backed up. And it was a car next to me and it was a next car next to me. So that's pretty much almost like a 4-car space from the driveway, 1, 2, 3, 4 cars. And then where you see where the bus stop sign is, nobody should be parked there. That's a really unauthorized area. New Jersey Transit has a sign there. I don't know whether this township needs to call New Jersey Transit and get together with the town engineer or what. But I personally would like for them to do that. I would like for them to have a red violation sign up there stating that you'll be issued a ticket and you will be fined if necessary. And I'd rather it not just be necessary. I'd rather to be a fine on people because perhaps they'll start, parking there. How many $100 fines do you want just for that? And that's about being too lazy to go into the parking lot and then come up and go inside. Everybody wants to be in front of that building. I had the same conversation last week with the advisory board committee regarding the same thing. So my neighbor and I chose to come here today to bring it forth to the members to see what you're going to do regarding it. Last year, my neighbor, he has an artificial limb, okay? I was sitting and waiting for a bus, but Eric was crossing the street. And this man just about backed up on him and whatnot. I said, no. So I hollered out, like that. And then Eric stopped, But here you have, in the meantime, the people that are moving like this, if the bus is coming, they don't know what our intent is until it happens. So by cars parking there, it violates us. It violates the fact that it is a public service transportation sign sitting there. And it violates the fact that if I want to step out in the street, I have to be guarded between a car here and a car here. I've had my instances and I was taking photographs of a lot of the vehicles. I stopped doing that because I figured I would be infringing on my safety if somebody saw me taking photos of their car. So I stopped doing that. That's pretty much what I wanted to say. And one little footnote. I would like to see between Lindsley and Main Street and Northfield, I would like to see that strip cleaned up. And I know we have code enforcement guidelines regarding street cleaning and whatnot. And I would like to see that whole strip clean. Spring Bakery, it's filthy. It's filthy. Who goes into a bakery that looks like that? I mean, the street. I don't come from an environment where we live like that. And we need to get back to old school. Not just stuff where people just bypass. How often do the code enforcements walk up and down this area throughout the week or throughout the month? Whatever their guidelines are in terms of how often code enforcement check specific areas, I don't know what that is, but I can find out. But I would like to see that clean because it's just too much that I see. I walk up and down that area. And to me, sometimes like day before yesterday going into Supreme, and I'm looking at, it looks like where the guys do, the car work, mechanic shops. Sometimes the street looks like that. This is a bakery. No sidewalk should look like that at all. You have to hold store owners or property owners, whichever way you want to call it, accountable. Because when you have a storefront, you need to come out and sweep. You need to come out and power scrub. You need to do whatever it needs to take to make that business look respectable. We need to clean up this community in a lot of areas. And I don't want to get started on that, but there's a lot of areas in West Orange that need to be cleaned.
Your time is up.
Start having people wash their windows. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moore.
I appreciate it.
Good evening. Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Cece Minton. I'm a former resident of West Orange for almost 20 years and a former trustee of Friends of Thomas Edison, the historical park that you all are kind of talking about tonight. So I just wanted to show you, if you all haven't seen this yet, Adam Sandler actually is shooting Happy Gilmore 2 in West Orange. Did you all know about that?
Yes.
So I'm sure you all will decide to really consider voting for this. I no longer live here anymore, but I am very excited about this. I didn't learn a lot about film until I was a trustee. And let me tell you, West Orange is a gold mine. It is a gold mine, especially that site. So what I will say to you is, please vote. I don't have anything to do with anything. I don't live here anymore, but I am really excited that this is happening in West Orange. So have a good evening.
Thank you. No problem.
Hello, thank you for letting me speak here tonight. My name is Canella Williams Larrabee. I am a new resident of West Orange, New Jersey, originally from Brooklyn, New York. I had to just plug that there. And I live at Edgehill Road in Llewellyn Park. So I also wanted to speak about the importance of a film studio as someone who's worked in the film industry for about 20 years. And I'm currently the producer of a hit Netflix series, and the amount of income that the industry can bring to West Orange and its residents and local businesses is huge and worthy of consideration. And I'm speaking from experience from starting 20 years ago in New York, where there was no infrastructure, to seeing studios like Steiner be built up, where we already had Kaufman Studios, and we also already had Silver Cup, and starting from the indie productions to now having large productions from Netflix, Sony, you name it. So my current show, we do film in New York and we film in New Jersey, and that was something that I helped to push. Now, one of the things is when I speak to my other colleagues, my other producers, is about the need for more film studios in New Jersey. And they would love to have a home base here, but there is no infrastructure like there is in New York, like there is in Hollywood, like there is in Atlanta. So also when we film in New Jersey, we provide inconvenience fees to the surrounding businesses and residences if we're taking up a block. And we also patron the local businesses, and we also create middle-class union jobs in that industry. So bringing this industry to West Orange, and of course, obviously it's burgeoning all over New Jersey, but that will bring more money to the town. And it also helps people, you know, half of the time we help people pay their mortgages if we're filming in their house with the amount that we pay. It's like you have people that are paying taxes and they're able to stay here and live here. And we also help bring other businesses to West Orange. And that's something that is, you know, severely lacking in our main street, is we have some great businesses here, but I know that there was a business that closed recently that me and my husband patroned, and it seemed like a really great business, and there's not enough people and foot traffic here. But if you bring the film industry here, you will have that foot traffic. So I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
I brought a good friend of mine, Joyce, along. She's going to talk to you about film and like her stance on this.
Hi, my friend. I live in Short Hills. I don't live here, but
Your name, please.
My name is Joyce Caffell. I live in Short Hills.
Thank you.
I've been involved in film in a long time, teaching it and writing about it. was one of the organizers of the West Orange Classic Film Festival with Ken Mandel, which is still flourishing. I've been involved with the Montclair Film Festival, did a lot of writing for them before it got really commercial. I teach film at Fairleigh Dickinson now. And I did a lot of writing for Patch.com. And actually, I have an article that I did about the Black Maria Film Festival. And if you know, that John Columbus named it the Black Maria because it looked like a taxi. And that's why they called it, he named it after that being called because that's what it reminded him of. And then I had gone down and interviewed Steve Garlick at the New Jersey Film Commission. And from that, I think this is a great idea. I had done a Milburn Short Hills dinner and a movie club. So people would come, we'd go to a movie, then we'd go to dinner together. And I did just a little bit of research because it was really just talking about the movie. But now there's no movie theater in Milburn. There's no movie theater in Maplewood. There's the Montclair Film Festival, we're parking, and the Montclair Movie Theater. And if you don't live there, parking is a real pain in the neck. So I'll go up to the AMC Theater because I can get parking. And what else is happening is that the movie business, they're not making as many movies as they were. Everything is being streamed. But you have, I think what the person said about the gentleman said about the mentoring program, I think that's a great idea about young people who are still interested in the industry. And also, just from my experience interviewing Steve Garlick, when you have people coming into the town, they need food to be delivered when they're working. They need sets. They may want to pay people to film in their homes. It brings in that kind. Did somebody say that already? Because I couldn't hear the last person. But did they say that? So you have that coming in, and you have it sort of spidering out to bring more business to the community and bring an excitement. And who knows, you might be able to. There might be screenings, one thing leads to another. And the history of the town and the Edison historical site, I think that would, it gives it a lot of good credentials. I think you should do it. I think it's a good thing. And I think it will, with the theaters dying, just having the influence of time, of more studios and film around here. When I heard about this, I'm thinking this is sort of not so great for people going to the movies unless you're in the big cities where people want to get out of their apartments. So I can leave these articles oh, hi, Susan. If you would like. Okay. So that's all I have to say. Good luck with it.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Lori Montague, and I am a lifelong Essex County resident. I formerly lived in Montclair and West Orange, currently residing in East Orange. I am the immediate former Director of Operations at Jazz House Kids. We produced the Montclair Jazz Festival, which I was responsible for, their policies and procedures for 10 years with the organization. I currently am a business owner with Legacy Productions. I have an off-premise catering business. And I, for the last year and a half, have been the executive chef at Llewellyn Park Bar and Grill on 104 Harrison Avenue, where I'm also responsible for a lot of the daily operations of the establishment. I stand before you because we have put extensive work in renovating the establishment. maintaining the beauty within the community. We are, we've developed a great menu and we have revitalized that location, which was previously Egan's and the Brown Bear, both of which I was a patron, that moved out of that area. And since the owners took over 2 years ago, we've had a vibrant, steady clientele coming through of all races, genders, ages, and demographics. And Llewellyn Park is becoming a destination place. And I'm very proud to be part of that establishment, helping to train and employ many of the local people in our community, students and waiters, bartenders, security, all sorts of people. Part of my role there at the restaurant is to assure that the safety and the policies are enforced on a daily basis. Lately, we are, and I don't use this word lightly, but we are being harassed by our neighbors in calling the police officers on daily occurrences. On a Sunday, most recently, we had police officers come at 3 different times. And each time they came, we invite them in to, check out the establishment, see what's going on. We're being targeted due to noise. We have a beautiful outdoor patio. And every time that the police come, they always state that they do not see a reason why they're being called. They've circled the surrounding blocks to see if they could hear noise coming from the back of the establishment or in front. The owners, which I know one of them is here tonight, have put in an awning around the front door to help maintain the noise control on the inside. We hire security on a regular basis to make sure people are not loitering outside. And I just, I stand before you as somebody who, this is my livelihood as well. This is how I make my income as a business owner, being hired by them. And I just want to know what rights we have as a business to be able to operate within the confines of we're very well versed on what the laws are and the limits and the noise and the time and all of that. And we are operating within the rules that you have established. But at the same time, we have police officers coming in quite often that disrupt our daily operations, where they can really be out serving the community in a more productive manner. And so we have offered to open up the establishment to host a community meeting with our neighbors in hopes to resolve this. But I just really want it on public record that, we stand here, we take this very seriously, and we're hoping that we can work with the township to resolve these issues and that you hear our concerns, because I've heard a lot about businesses that are going out. I'm sure that having a business that is vibrant in, the downtown area of West Orange is something that you all find very valuable to the vitality of the community. So that's it. Rest. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Councilman, Chair, Rutherford, council members, Mayor. My name is Craig Sawyer. I'm with Nishuan Group. Jerry Jesus here as well, and our Chief Executive Officer, Michelle Delaporte, could not make it here today. I stand here on behalf of supporting the resolution authorizing MDGA West Orange Development, known as the Matrix Development, to acquire the purchase and sale agreement to acquire the development site and to amend the redevelopment plan to accommodate that to happen. I state that from an experience of 30 years as an economic development professional. And one of the things that we do when I call it check the box. And one of the things we do when we check the box, we first ask ourselves, does the person coming in, that project sponsor, do they have the capacity to execute? And we look at it from a variety of perspectives. One of them is experience. Do they have the experience to do development? And you look at Matrix development experience, you will notice that they do check the box. They have the ability to check the box. The other thing you look at is, do they have the financial capacity to secure the financing or to arrange to raise the capital to make the deal happen? And when you look at that, you see that Matrix has created a financial plan to finance the transaction, accessing public subsidy that the governor had put in place with both the Aspire program and the film tax credit program. And when you look at those two pieces along with their capital, they have the ability to check the box on the financial capacity. So first you look at the project sponsors and see, do you have the right sponsor from that perspective? Second, the township have taken the initiative and put in the foundation, I said thirdly, to set the table by creating the film service overlay district back in 2021 to be able to facilitate a film studio to come to this particular site. And when you look at the county site now, it's currently an underutilized brownfield site. We use the brownfield to mean that there's environmental contaminations there. And I think is fitting that when you're talking about bringing a film studio to a location where you actually created the first film studio in the world in West Orange. So it's fitting that adjacent to that would be, can be actually a film studio next to it. I think somebody mentioned earlier, the Black Maria. Also, when you look at now from the project, can you check some of the key aspects of a good project? One of the things you look at is an economic driver. Does it create jobs in that? When you look at Matrix plan, they talked about possibly creating 300 to 600 jobs. As an economic development professional, I can tell you, if someone said they bring in a industry, regardless of what industry, besides that it's not going to be a pollutant industry, you would applaud their efforts. In this case here, we're talking about someone that's going to bring in, they stating a minimum of 300 jobs. And when we're talking about film studio, you look it up, it's a variety of professions, both professional, technical, artistic, so a variety of professionals you're actually talking about working at all different levels. And they also many union jobs required because of the nature. Also, when you're looking at the business that come in here in the industry, there's also going to be what you define as procurement opportunities, business service contract opportunities. This is a way now for other businesses to be able to access some of their revenue through various means of providing business services to that particular industry, not including the retail trail sales opportunities that could benefit the Main Street corridor. One of the things that I like about the plan is that he agreed to allow the Downtown Alliance, which Megan Brady, I get her name, last name correctly, Megan actually provide them access to the conceptual plans to make sure they have some voice about the actual plan. They don't have to agree to it, but at least they have a chance to voice their opinion on how that conceptual plan could actually work. And this is really important because what you do not want to have is where you have an actual campus and they don't need that campus. They isolated within that campus. But what he did say in his conceptual plans, he will provide pedestrian access to make sure that
your time is up.
400, 500, 600, whatever that number is, including their guesses, would be able to have a easy walk to the Main Street to support the Main Street businesses. If we're talking about restaurants or other types of shops that are there. In addition to that, they are willing to work with us as planners to making sure we develop a plan to make sure we alleviate the traffic that's actually going to come as a result of that business industry that's there, since there will be some truck traffic actually going to the actual set. The other things when we can
Mr.
check
Sawyer?
the box.
You've passed your limit. Can you wrap, please?
Yes, okay. The other thing is revitalization efforts. Again, we're talking about a brownfield site which is being underutilized. We got opportunity to increase the tax revenue at this particular site. Even with a tax abatement given, you would actually have an increase in revenues to the township. They're willing to be a member of the downtown SID, which allows more revenue to go to the SID to do more work, economic development activities on the Main Street. And last but not least, I did get a chance to talk with Joe Taylor, with the Matrix Development, and they are agreeing to put in a training program to train people in the field of film production and other ancillary services that supports it. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, Joe Krakowiak, Grandview Avenue. I'm speaking about the downtown redevelopment phase 2 pending legislation. Council President, you claimed at the last meeting that I was, quote, just wrong on assessed versus market value, end quote, and that, quote, assessed and market value really don't matter much, end quote. I assume you were saying that because I referenced the 2022 sales price and thus market value of 55 Lakeside at 12.5 million was $5.5 million more than the assessed value. I said the two measures were supposed to be close and should have added, as you said, that the two measures are usually different. But I will remind you that last year, you and the council voted to hire a vendor for more than $1 million to conduct a state mandated revaluation whose sole purpose is to bring assessed and market value together. So I would say that makes their similarity important. Actually, I was pointing out the only way I could to estimate the loss from the 2022 market sale price of 55 Lakeside compared to the proposed price by comparing the assessed values of both 55 and 25 Lakeside and using that ratio applied to the proposed $10.8 million price. That formula indicated a loss at 55 Lakeside of more than $6.1 million of the purchase price from 2 years ago. If you're saying that's not going on, comparing the sales price 2 years ago and the proposed price now, including 25 Lakeside, what do you figure is the loss on 55 Lakeside? And by the way, do you realize that the assessed values of those two properties are actually higher than the price the township and you support selling for, $12.35 million versus $10.8 million? Isn't market value usually higher, sometimes much higher than assessed value? Secondly, Council President, you spoke at length of the history of this project and criticized the process from many different angles. Then after you indicated you were the swing vote on the council, and despite all your criticism of how the deal got here, saying the deal, quote, could have been done differently and better, end quote, you decided it was in the best interest of the town to vote for it. Wouldn't it have been better for you to vote against it to put the council majority in position to make the deal truly better for the township from a position of strength instead of just taking what was offered? And perhaps you could do that tonight. I was disappointed that the three council members who didn't vote against the amendment at the September 10th council meeting hardly responded to the concerns of the public and two council members who voted against. So I'm addressing my questions primarily to them. One, what are the benefits to the town of this amendment as compared to the original redevelopment agreement from December? 1A, what are the benefits to the town from the revised amendment? 2, did anyone on the council negotiate this amendment or the revised amendment? 3, you're proposing to sell 25 Lakeside property where the Public Works and West Orange Animal Shelter are located. Where are these functions going, especially since we spent years trying to find an alternate site? 4, are you aware that in 2017, when I was on the council, Prism offered to pay us more than $9 million just for the Public Works property? I disagree with Mayor Parisi on a lot of things, but not that. While acknowledging the repeated failure of Prism to perform and good riddance, why wasn't a similar price negotiated here? Did we even try to negotiate this? Why wouldn't we? 5, what did the appraisal say about the market value and related usage for the township's purchase of 55 Lakeside and the planned sale of it and 25 Lakeside? Have you even seen them, or do they not exist? If they exist, please put them on the township website or tell us why you don't think it's a good idea to provide transparency to residents. You're already proposing the sale, so confidentiality seems unnecessary. If they don't exist, why would you move forward with a sale without ones that reflect the proposed use? 6, the proposed purchase price of the 2 township properties. How do you figure that we're getting a good price and not giving up millions of dollars from what we paid for 55 Lakeside 2 years ago? How much do you think we are losing? Why would you allow number 7, why would you allow the administration to put an amended version of the proposed amendment, which is 14 pages, single space, without a red line, as with the original amendment? Wouldn't that make it immensely easier to see what's changed? Perhaps you as a council could consider amending our municipal code to require redlining from council meeting documents. Just want to say that I talked a lot, and unfortunately I do talk a lot, but I have copies of the questions to help the council members respond to my questions. And I want to say welcome to the new CFO. I and a lot of other people are hoping for a different era with your coming here. And I also want to say Llewellyn Park has one of the best hamburgers I've ever had. Highly recommend. Thank you.
Take one, pass it down. Sure.
Hi, everybody. Megan Brill, Downtown Alliance Director, and I'm here with John McElroy, Chairman of the Board. I have to say that I didn't swap notes with Craig, but we had a lot of the similar points to make about the redevelopment plan. So we found a recent article this week from Variety.com where Governor Murphy discusses the increase in the tax credits for movie studios and sound productions to $430 million. It was like 200 million before. And that is why you see stars filming in our town and in New Jersey overall. Like Cece talked about, Happy Gilmore was filming today. This makes New Jersey a great place to make movies. Murphy mentions Thomas Edison and West Orange in the article, which is pretty neat to have a movie production studio where the very first one was. And I know you all know all that. In addition, New Jersey provides reimbursement for remediation of environmental sites. 55 Lakeside, we know, is a very tough environmental issues. It needs to be cleaned up before anything can go there. So now is the right time to act. Both the tax credits, the remediation makes this project work. It's important for the project to be part and incorporated in downtown. We very much appreciate the clause in the contract that talks about, we'll have some dialogue about what it looks like and integration with the rest of Main Street and our downtown. The studio is an important economic driver. The amount of jobs that are going to come in there, in and out, are foot traffic that we desperately need downtown. We need the folks that are making the kind of money that folks make in a sound studio to be able to spend for breakfast, lunch, and dinner within our downtown. Now's the right time. We are film studio ready. We ask that you vote yes on tonight's contract, and we appreciate your time. Thank you.
Doug Adams, 9 Westover Terrace. There's been a lot of conversations about this, and you know, I don't necessarily propose to be the smartest person in the room. There's some really brilliant people that have spoken to this, but there are some things that just seem like low-hanging fruit to me. My grandmother and mother used to always say, don't be penny wise and dollar foolish. And so when we think about a conversation like this, I've been in West Orange in January to be 28 years. I have not lived here a year when there has not been a conversation about redeveloping downtown and trying to get downtown more attractive. I've seen it go through all the conversations and all the debates and all the things that have happened. And it's always interesting to me that the conversation is always about what not to do, but there are very few conversations about what's better to do. And so the idea, my wife has some wonderful relatives, an aunt who's 90 and an uncle who's 92, and they live in Red Bank. So we go down there quite often. They haven't even started building the studio in Fort Monmouth, but all the other area around Fort Monmouth, they are building up like firecrackers. Those trucks are moving, the crane, the excavation, everything, because they are getting ready for the studio down there. You know why? Because when they lost the fort, they lost a major industrial center for that community. Hotels in the area have been sitting there vacant. Restaurants closed down all around the fort because when the fort left, all of the business left. Now that the studio is coming, man, they are building up stuff down there like crazy. This is an opportunity for West Orange that goes 10 years from now. And I agree. As the council, you've been elected, and I believe you have the capacity to have conversations about how to nuance this deal. The difference is, I don't necessarily see people lining up to come and spend money to go and do this. So when people talk about, oh, you could have did something else, or you could have went and got somebody else. There's nothing fugazi going on here. This whole conversation about a studio down here started because Whoopi Goldberg, God bless her soul, came down and said, hey, I would like to do something. When that went away, now we're sitting here with the opportunity to do something, but nobody talking about doing it. Where were the people who are complaining about how this should get done? Where were they with all of their ideas and suggestions? And I think it's very courageous. And I'm just a straightforward guy. I just have to say, I think it's very courageous of our council president to stand on business with regard to the value of this studio to a town and to the town while he's going through things that could easily justify him making otherwise decisions. I think that at some point, what we're seeing here is that there is an opportunity for this town. And one of the things, and I love the young lady that came, the producer who came, I actually went and watched her show. It really is the truth, okay? I really love it. But the ideal of it is there is a potential wealth transfer that goes along with this industry because there are people, particularly down in the area of town where we're at, and there's always complaints about uptown, downtown. There's always these issues, but there's an opportunity for people, whether it's through trades or through training or through STEM, to get connected to an industry that changes the wealth trajectory of their families. We have to get out of the politicking about this and out of the politicking about that. Stop counting pennies here. We can deal with that with other projects, but this particular project, this is a game changer for our community. And I applaud the council members who are having the difficult discussions to work out the nuances. We trust you to do that, but to get this deal done. Thank you.
Good evening, Todd DeBovie, Burnett Terrace. I'm also here to talk about the redevelopment deal. I don't think anybody has ever questioned the merit of the use of a studio there. I don't think the only opposition to that matter has been by questions posed by myself and others. We've asked, there's no doubt that there are multiple studios being built around the tri-state area and New Jersey specifically, but also Westchester as well. And these studios that are being built are much bigger. One of them by the proposed redeveloper. So their capacity to do the job, that's probably guaranteed almost. But what's never been answered is we've asked about demographic studies to suggest that this location would support and be able to compete with all of these other massive studios that are being constructed. Never has the demographics been addressed or studies produced or provided that speaks to that subject. So, you know, and the longer this goes on, and it may go on another year and a half or more if they ask for more extensions of their due diligence, but a year and a half from now, will it be a justifiable investment? Will it make sense? You know, or are they going to build something that 10 years from now is obsolete and we have again a derelict vacant downtown? So nobody's talking about the ability of the redeveloper to do the job, but what has never been answered is it right for the town? Let's also talk about the financials of this transaction. Joe Krakowiak properly raised some issues, namely purchase price versus not just assessed value, market value. No appraisal's been produced for us to see. If this is such a great deal for the town, produce the damn appraisal. Excuse me. I apologize. I shouldn't be cursing. Produce the appraisal that supports the decision you've made. We're not counting pennies, Mr. Adams. We're counting millions of dollars of outflow from taxpayers to produce this transaction. Pilots are being contemplated here. This town has a history of granting 30-year pilot agreements. That's many millions, tens of millions of dollars, if not more. We are not being penny wise here. We are being dollar wise. And we're asking the questions that need to be asked of our elected officials. Be fiscally and financially prudent with the expenditure of our taxpayer dollars. I don't see that happening here because none of the answers and none of the financial background has been provided to show just how great this project really is for the township of West Orange. Not only that, but the previous agreement, the original redeveloper agreement, gave the township the right to say no to a pilot for any reason whatsoever. And yes, the buyer can walk away. That's fine. But what should be tied to that is whether or not we get to retain deposit money. There's no deposit money that's hard at this point. So to suggest that we are benefiting in that we're getting the taxes that would have been paid on the property, that's nonsense and doesn't mean anything because the money's not hard. It's not in our pockets and it's not a non-refundable. The purchase price doesn't make sense. The process doesn't make sense. Nobody's come to this town to do this kind of a project because it's not been marketed openly. Something like this requires that kind of a process. Instead, the town repeatedly uses the law of an area in need of redevelopment to allow themselves to control a project without going at.
Your time is up.
I'm just going to quickly finish. We demand that this township openly market our township assets. Frankly, you need to produce financial statements on all the assets, quote unquote, that you've bought with our tax dollars. Rock Spring is one of them. Never seen it. A single statement on that either. Vote no for this. The project might make sense in another environment, but not in the environment that's been presented. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, council members, Chief Abbott, Mayor. I am here, I'm sorry, I'm just, I'm so thankful that Mrs. Williams here spoke today about the suicide awareness and all of this. And,
Excuse me.
No, we're gonna let that one go.
Oh, okay.
Continue.
Okay, no problem.
So thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I stand before you need, I am a resident of West Orange, but as someone who deeply cares about our community well-being, I want to address the stress and concern many of us feel regarding public consumption of alcohol and cannabis, which directly is impacting our our daily lives. Just imagine walking to the neighborhood and encounter yourself with these people, which is not right for us, for the children. Additionally to this, some local bars, what just happened a few minutes ago, that one of the owners and the person that works in this bar, they expressed their concern about them getting tickets and all that. So I am one of the neighbors that lives by the bar, around the bar. So I just want to express my worry that there's nothing getting solved on our side, because they complain about them getting harassed. But it's actually us who are struggling a lot with all this noise coming from them. You just can imagine, it's not just us, there's a lot of the neighbors who can hear how bad it gets. It's not just that, it's the public's disturbance by their patrons, even the traffic, it gets bad. So it's not us here complaining about a noise, but it's actually affecting our lives. We just get home, as soon as we get home, we hear this strong noise that comes into your home. I think that all of you have jobs, have a life, and you just get home and you get like with this, I don't know, I'm sorry that I'm being like this, but it's impacting our daily lives. It's not just us. There's also report by the officers that have gone and knocked doors, and they have agreed. There's to the point that one of my neighbors has to turn on the AC to block the noise coming from them. So it's not us trying to bother the owner, but it's actually getting to the point that it's affecting us. I have an exam tomorrow, I have to work tomorrow. I wouldn't be here, it was not affecting me. So I'm just here to please beg you guys to help us and do something for us and to pass this, somebody can tell me what is the
ordinance?
Yeah, this ordinance, please. It's really affecting us. So we just need your help on this and to hear our voice, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone, Mr. President, Council, Member McCartney. Gentlemen, my name is Joseph Panullo. I live in Essex Fells in the 200-foot notice area of the Highlands Development. I represent We Care. At this point, hundreds of people in the town of West Orange and hundreds more in the three towns, Verona, Essex Fells, and Roseland, in opposition to this project on common sense grounds. We have now been through planning board meetings. I'm sorry, old business. Mr. Jangaro, I'm still waiting on an answer to a question from 6 weeks ago, which was, there was a recommendation that because there was active litigation going on, that people shouldn't speak. There may be other reasons to speak or not speak here. But if there is any active litigation going on, I'd ask you for the docket number and the plaintiffs if they were a party to that action. If that is a true statement, please provide it any way it can be provided. We'd like to know. So the project is ongoing. There have been 4 meetings. There's one more October 30th. I suspect it's going to take at least 4 more meetings for the developer to finish their end of the project presentation-wise. The balance of this year, at which point maybe there's a new council here. Maybe we'll get up and present opposition to that project. And by the time that happens, a lot of things are going to become obvious that should have been on it. I won't get into stormwater management. I think I missed that piece, but that is a big issue here. That's gonna get confronted, whether the DEP issues permits or not under old stormwater rules or not. There's a lot of problems with the plan as presented. That's gonna get appealed. Should the planning board approve, it's gonna get appealed. There are public safety problems. This project was settled and entered into the court 2017. It took until April 6th and April 14th, 2020 for a settlement agreement between the developer, the town, and the condo association, which does not have the authority to grant transit through its site to get to the upper part of the mountain, which is landlocked. That's going to get confronted. The traffic engineer last meeting spoke about the 30 acres and the 4 buildings and the site and the exit at the Oval Road, Eagle Rock Avenue traffic light. The private road that is Oval Road was sort of a hands off, let's not go there. Essex Falls Country Club Council got up and told people that half that road is owned by Essex Falls Country Club. The southern half that runs from Eagle Rock all the way to the town border where the gate is. The notion that public safety issues aren't going to be confronted, addressed, and traffic and transit through existing roads, no sidewalks, retaining walls on roads that aren't wide enough, and Eagle Rock Avenue is going to get widened, the 4-way signal is going to go there, and Oval doesn't need to get widened. If anybody wasn't here, there were some who were here 2006 in April when it was resolved to shoot down the last plan. That plan was shot down in great part because the access to it, fire, rescue, police, getting in and out, you need a boulevard. You define RSIS then, it's a dead end. Oval Road up to, Howell Drive over the top of the mountain as a form of emergency ingress and egress was shot down then for 136 single family homes. 500 units and 1,200 cars now, that makes more sense. Not my issue, we'll get there. You should know that, and I understand the planning board's gonna do what it's gonna do, and we're gonna do what we're gonna do. We're not going here. But I would like to advise the town that the expense of ongoing fight, I remind you again, we're raising private money, you're spending taxpayer money. There's gonna be an argument on multiple matters in the court. Many of them we've already known here. Some that will include open space plans of the town in 2010, open space recreation environmental plan of the town, Essex County Open Space Parks Recreation Plan, 2003, still valid. Established all kinds of reasons why this site was environmentally sensitive, absolutely inappropriate to be developed on, and should have been preserved as open space. That's our objective. It will be. This is inappropriate for anybody to have to walk down from the northwest corner of the town, down a mountain to get to a street, an intersection where there's no public transit. This is going to cost people time and money. I don't know, 2025 is the 4th round. Fair Share is going to be back here looking for where else more units are going to go. I would advise you to consider that this is not a done deal. This won't happen. And while you have the opportunity to consider other locations as they arise, you might want to have a backup plan because Fair Share is not going to wait till 2030 for the units to take care of the people that need them, that deserve them, which is
Your time is up.
nothing more to say, but you'll see me again. Thank you for the patience. Good night, everybody.
Good evening. My name is Anna Barbone, and
My name is Maisa Munoz.
we can't hear. Could you repeat that one more time?
My name is Maisa Munoz.
Can you spell it for us? I'm sorry.
Maysa Munoz. Munoz.
Please. I'm only here because I don't live near their house, but I'm aware of what's going on. The only reason I got involved is because as you were talking about suicide, the first thing that came to my mind was, this is the reason why I got involved, because here we have my friend, and I had never been to their house. And next thing we started talking, and she said to me, I just want to die. And I am not kidding. I looked at her and she looked so sickly that I actually said, oh my God, she's either anemic, something's going on here. I said, what is wrong? Now, I am a retired school teacher. When I hear someone talk to me and telling me that, it rings bell, like something is going on. So this is the reason why I got involved. As I said, the noise that's going through her apartment is unbelievable. I went upstairs, they invited me to go to their house, and the noise was unbearable. This is the kid who is, well, she's not a kid. She looks like a kid, but she's in her late 30s, actually. She looks like a tiny, here I'm thinking, oh my goodness, this is someone who really needs help. She's studying, she's in college, unable to study because of the noise. I'm the witness. I could not believe what was going on, and that the walls were actually vibrating. That is not a way to live. Okay, so she wasn't the only one. And then little by little, I was concerned. We did go to the police station to say, okay, what can we do? We went to the health department because this was not, it should not have been going on. Okay, it's like as if the people have no respect for others. This is not a town where you should have a nightclub. This is not a restaurant. I've been living in West Orange since 1966. Okay, we never had clubs down here. You might call it a restaurant, but you cannot have people dancing, shouting, screaming. That's not a restaurant. That's to me, it's a club. Okay, now, a lot of times, they're not the only ones, the police has been there, they go in, they come out, and they do it again, and they do it again. I've even told her, if I am not home, please go sit in my yard, you go study in my yard. Okay, she failed one exam, she was like, I can't sleep at night, I can't do anything, we need to move. Right now, things are very expensive. Their family cannot afford to move, they've been living there for 17 years, they never had a problem. They never had a problem. Neighbors have moved out. There's one couple with their kids, they moved up Northfield Road with their in-laws. They couldn't stand the noise. Now, she has another apartment right adjacent to her, and the same thing. So they're looking to move. And again, as I said, houses are not cheap. They're very expensive, and she's also a student. So therefore, they need help. I heard the gentleman saying, oh, we're going by the rules, we're not making any noise. Yeah, their food must be good. I'm not saying the food is bad. As he said, oh, their hamburgers are delicious. That's fine. I don't have a problem with that. But please, you have to take in consideration what these people are going through. Many people, they were afraid to come. They were there. She has a lot of neighbors that would, but they don't want to come. They're intimidated. Police officers have gone there to talk to them. They don't want to get involved. They're intimidated. They don't want to talk. And every time it's like in the springtime, they're like, oh my God, now we're going to hear this again. I can't go through another summer again. I can't. I have babies. This is going on. This is going on. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
All I want to say is that I know it's a crime to falsely accuse someone, and we have proof of everything that we've been through with this bar next to us. It's taking over our health. It's something that you cannot take. It goes over midnight. We have proof of everything. Proof of police officers coming in, talking to them, telling us that they rent this place to other people, that they have no control what they can do in their premises. So all we're asking is to please, we just want to go to sleep at night without hearing their music. They're trembling in our houses, or everything that they have been put in. We have their customers coming, defecating in our house, pooping or peeing in our house, and we cannot take this anymore. So I know they said that they're being harassed. I know everything they're saying that, oh, no one comes. Like, we tried to approach them at first, and they were nasty to us. And then we were advised by the police that we should not approach them anymore because we had to call them and they could go and talk to them. We know that they have recordings of everything they have spoke to them, and we know they're lying because I have provided all the proof I have to the chief, and to anything that I can provide, they got it. And they know, and they continue to do the same noise the next day and the next day. They don't respect the police. So we're scared. Of course we're scared. Because if they don't respect the police, who are they gonna respect? They're not gonna respect us. They don't care. We tried, but now we're just tired. So please just like approve this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Good evening. Seeing a bunch of familiar faces. Good to see everyone. My name is Mden Halsey. I'm on Forest Hill. And I am here speaking in support of the redevelopment. I think that the town for a long time has been trying to figure out exactly what to do with that. We have something viable right now that could create jobs. And I'm looking forward to seeing what having something there can do for our town and liven up, the downtown area. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Hi there. My name is Amy McCampbell and I live at 195 Gregory Avenue. I'm here tonight to ask that the members of the town council approve the plans for the Matrix Movie Studio Development Project. I support this project based on my background in 3 different realms of experience. Number one, as someone who's spent over 20 years working as a TV, sorry, I just got over COVID, and film producer, and whose husband is also in the business, I truly understand the work environment and workers we would be inviting into our downtown and a project like this. Number two, as someone who has been working with the Downtown Alliance, both officially and as a volunteer. So I know what our business community is hungry for and what kinds of possibilities a project like this can bring to the corridor. And number three, as a realtor who knows what town amenities buyers are looking for and which make a community attractive. First, let me share my perspective from my work with the Downtown Alliance. I think we all know the structural limitations of our downtown corridor, especially as compared to those of neighboring towns. It's not centrally located within town. You have to make an effort to get to it. There is no train station to provide a steady flow of foot traffic. These factors and others have made it challenging to create a corridor that is a draw for the community. And this is why businesses like City Workshop and most recently Mountain Society Wine, who invest in the kind of beautiful spaces and sophisticated retail offerings that we all say that we want, have closed up shop and left the corridor. I work with these business owners every day, and what they want are bodies in downtown spending money at their shops. So how do we get these bodies down here? We've had success with our social media efforts and events. Saw lots of you guys downtown this summer at Street Fair and Downtown Thursdays. Thank you for coming. But they don't bring the steady foot traffic our businesses need. We need an economic driver like a new industry, and we need it now. I hear people say that this isn't the right deal, that we can wait for something better, or we can hire a full-time planner who will come up with some magical solution to the downtown challenge. Perhaps those saying that can afford to wait to find these other answers, but our downtown business owners, landlords, and residents cannot. The studio means we will have, within a short time frame, a constant flow of people coming into downtown, people who will become customers for existing businesses. They will become customers that will attract new businesses and a more robust retail mix that will benefit all of us throughout West Orange. That's me, the realtor. So now perhaps you're saying, well, they're just going to come in, they're going to go to work, and they're never going to come out of their offices. So the impact would be limited. So here's where I'm going to put on my film and TV production hat. People who work in production work really long, hard hours. Chances are they're not going to be leisurely strolling along Main Street, but they will run out for a quick lunch or take a quick short walk outside. And this is why I'm really appreciative of the council's efforts to ensure that the developer creates a plan that is integrated into downtown and not just isolated from the corridor. So when they do come out, they come out to downtown. They're going to need things delivered to them quickly. That may be a lunch, that may be a PA scrambling to an art store for supplies to make a last minute prop, a carpenter who needs to grab a piece of wood to rig up something, a dry cleaner who has the costumes needed for a scene. The one constant in production is that whatever you need it fast. and resources in town will be the fastest way to get them. Many of these workers will be commuting in from the city, and they'll be on foot for at least part of their commute to and from public transportation, which means potential customers walking past our stores. Statistics show that people who work in production-related jobs have higher than average salaries and that they spend those dollars locally in the locations in which they work. I know I was one of those people. In my opinion, the studio is the fastest and most unique way to bring foot traffic to our downtown. Will likely become a catalyst for so much more. Our existing businesses will be better served, and we will finally have the customer base to attract new businesses. And once we have proven the downtown West Orange concept, other opportunities for development projects, maybe under the guidance of a full-time town planner, will arise. But we have to start with something. I've gone to lots of conferences on how communities revive their dying downtowns, and there is one constant. Everyone works together towards the same mission. I hope that your vote tonight will be reflective of that same ideal. We work together to create a downtown corridor worthy of our great town right now, and no more waiting. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Please put your phones on silent. Madam Mayor?
Yeah, good evening. Thank you, Council President. First, let me start with a thank you to all the speakers that came out in support of this downtown project. And council members, the fate of our township is figuratively and literally before you this evening, hinging on your vote on Resolution 273-24 for the purchase agreement for property approved within the Film Services Overlay District. At this moment, the township is standing at a transformative threshold with this $10 million investment in our downtown. If approved, the township will be able to reap the funding benefits that are available to us with our film-ready community designation. This investment, along with the New Jersey Economic Development Authority's motion picture and television designation, positions West Orange as a filming destination. This agreement offers financial stability by bringing down our debt, generating taxpayer revenue, and works towards the necessary needed remediation of the site. And you should also know, on top of that, that's not in the agreement. In July of 2024, New Jersey DEP opened up the brownfields application. We have been successful on our Central Valley corridor with the town of City of Orange, and we are creating a new BDA on, hopefully, creating a new BDA on Lakeside Avenue, which would help with this remediation. Council members, thank you for your own due diligence, because with the modifications now that you have agreed upon in this final version, Council President, I thanked you personally on your initial vote to approve this resolution, and I appreciate your response that you believed it was the right thing to do. I too believe this agreement will create a positive impact for our business owners. Thank you, Amy, and everyone else that spoke about that, and residents, and the economic vitality it would produce to effectively market our town as a premier film and TV production destination that will resonate for our township for years to come. I hope you all will do the right thing and vote yes on this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Public comment is now closed. We're going to allow for my council colleagues to respond. We will go in proper order. This time we'll begin with you, Councilwoman Castellino.
Thank you, Council President. A lot of emotional statements tonight, so I'm gonna start off with our earlier commenter. Jessica Pearson, thank you for coming out and sharing with us the stormwater management information. And this ties into Mr. Panula, who also came out to talk about the West Essex Highlands situation. So again, you know, it's at the planning board level. I look forward to once again keep listening, reading, and seeing how this progresses. And I appreciate all the advocacy that is being presented to our planning board. I think it's important. We talk about development and COA obligations, and that will tie into what I have to say in a few other minutes with my downtown statements. So thank you, folks, for coming down this evening with that. These brave young ladies that came here this evening, I have to thank you. I know how hard it was for you and Anna, for you to come with them and being their shoulder to lean on. I know how important that is. And Councilwoman opened up with her comments about her mission, and just so important because I know how stressed. Big cheerleader for our downtown, great big cheerleader for our business owners, and very upfront with our business owners. When they come for us for a liquor license, we take that very seriously. We also try to notify new business owners where exactly they're investing in, and we really appreciate their investment. That restaurant is beautiful. The bar is beautiful. They spent a lot of money, and we really, really appreciate their investment. But they're in the middle of the heart of Eagle Rock neighborhood, one that I live in. And so with that being said, we have discussions, Ms. Brill and I, we welcome everybody, and we went and talked to them in regards to talking with them about, noise and whatnot when they first come. I believe they are genuine, and Lori was here this evening. Their food is outrageous. They're a great place to go. But this summer, there was a lot of fun being had there. And I think, folks need to, all work together, and we'll make sure that happens with that there'll be conversations and folks will work together. We have ordinance on for hearing tonight in regards to consumption with alcohol and cannabis. Oh, what's that?
It's just, Councilwoman, if I may, I just want to be weary
Sure.
about talking about, because I heard the gentleman say that summonses were issued, so I don't know.
Oh,
if it's a
okay.
matter of potential litigation or ongoing litigation. I haven't talked to the township prosecutor about it to see what the status of everything is. But I would just be weary talking about the status of the summonses and the noise and all of that.
Oh, okay. So I apologize on that. But I am going to talk about the ordinance tonight, and I hope that in regards to our ordinance that it will pass this evening. Our colleagues passed it on first reading. And so there's been other issues in the neighborhood with other folks traveling through. So we hope the ordinance passes. So I guess that's all I'm going to say about that this evening. Downtown. So, one of the challenges of our downtown is we have a lot of residential mixed in with business owners. We have a school, we have automotive. We're 2.5 miles long. Ms. Brill and her team does a great job in dividing the corridor into 4 sections and trying to promote all sections. I am so proud of all the speakers that came tonight from the downtown team, and also grateful to all the other speakers that came this evening. It's been long. I got here in 2015. I wasn't on the committee then. I joined up 4 years ago. Before that, watching as a neighbor since 2006, when redevelopment process was starting. We're talking about 20 years ago, folks. I mean, this has been an ongoing saga with our downtown, and our business owners need to survive. And they need something now. Of course, we want a good, solid contract. That's why I abstained at the last meeting. I did not have the opportunity to go in closed session to ask questions, which would have been really helpful, but that's okay, because my colleague and I, we sat down this week, and I appreciate the due diligence of the developer and our attorneys, and we worked out some additional amendments to this document, which Mr. Krakowiak, we talked about later, which we can iron out, but we're adding $300,000 to infrastructure. What I learned about the infrastructure itself, that Aspire credits that the developer will apply for will have requirements in there for certain infrastructure improvements. So they won't receive those credits unless they do meet certain criteria. So that is one of the benefits, I guess, that may be in number 4 or 5 on your questionnaire, and thank you for presenting us with that. Also with the environmentals, we are in great standing, and thank you to the mayor and her administration and to the state level of receiving a hefty sum of environmental grants that is desperately needed for that area. And if we don't meet that threshold, and there's still large environmental issues, amendment here will have the developer contributing half that with us. If we go over that threshold, we don't anticipate at this point in time, but we don't know what we don't know. And that's part of the answer for the pricing that you discuss and what the property is worth. I mean, you know, we all go to buy a home, we all do our due diligence, but the environmental was worse than we anticipated at that purchase. And unfortunate, reason why prison never moved forward. And council, my former council colleague, Mr. Krakowiak, if you recall, and I appreciate at the time, you were the first one to stand by and say, you know, we need to rescind this redevelopment agreement with Prism. We need to do something about this. And the council did. We did, because they weren't building the 500 homes that were slated to go there. And which now with this council, I know fully doesn't support those kind of numbers. We see that with West Essex Highlands and some other developments, you know, being brought to the township. So, yeah, so we went to court, and the court ordered judge, I believe the judge's name was Judge Moore, a settlement for the 17 to 18 acres of property. That's not only behind the CVS on Main Street, but also by the Edison Loft. So we had 2 tracts of land. You go down Lakeside Avenue towards Watchung Avenue, the tract of property to the left and tracts of property to the right. What this council decided to do a few months back, or the beginning early of the year, was to break up the transaction and divide the properties up. And we're only selling off 12.2 acres. So you see a lesser price for that. But again, you know, to say we don't have appraisals is just silly. So whatever we need to do to get appraisals up on the website for the administration, or provide them to Mr. DeBovie, they need to see them. But all this is done with Mr. Hendricks, and you know so, sir, because you've worked in this seat before, and we know we operate with appraisals. We talk about pilots, you know, again, Livingston, Gulf Route 10, Verona, Bloomfield Avenue, Main Street and Hackensack, all over New Jersey. You know, there's pilots given, and we're going to work out the financials. They're not just given. They are, there's a process. There is a formula, and that will be worked on. And even Prism's pilot that they received, 10% of the gross revenue. Once this project is done and economic development is there, and maybe those empty storefronts, such as this wine store that just closed up their doors, will maybe be able to come back. And then guess what, folks? That increases their revenue, their gross revenue. That will bring bring up the revenue for the pilot. So there's so many pluses here. I could talk for an hour, and I could talk a little bit more. There's a $400,000 for the tax payments. We get to keep that unless, you know, we, for some reason, don't move forward with the pilot. And, you know, we talked about other benefits that could be negotiated at a later date. So I appreciate the developers for working with us. I appreciate our attorneys for, you know, for being available on their vacation time to get this to this point. And I look forward to having a conversation with my colleagues, because I think it is important that we all understand this and we talk about this. One of the questions is, who negotiated this? Well, of course, our attorneys with the developers. We were given this document about a month ago, and asked for questions. I took advantage of that and sent my questions in. And so I, took it upon myself to jump in there and start making amendments, and any one of my colleagues could always do that as well. But I do understand the need. I also extremely appreciate the revision in item 14, taking out one of the sentences that I was a little leery with, but this connects Main Street to the project, which is so important and instrumental. And I appreciate our economic developers' comments on all the boxes that this checks, because it does check a lot of boxes. And whatever I forgot to say about this, I'm not bashful. I'll come back later and say it, but we need to get this done, folks. We worked hard. There's so many business owners counting on us to get this done and to get it right. So I appreciate all that wanted to take time with this. A red line copy, there was a red line copy given. It's on there. It's unfortunate that if you don't open it up, so I had asked Madam Clerk, and I'm not sure if she saw my email, because you got to open it up, scroll down. So it should have been easier access. But I do agree with you. So we could get you that red line copy for you. And it's right here. So anybody could take mine. I have it. It's also highlighted. It's not that difficult to read. Any case, I appreciate all the time spent on this. I appreciate all the passionate speakers supporting it. And, I really appreciate folks wanting to invest in West Orange. And that goes for the little, blip we might have had earlier this evening. And hopefully, I know that will work out with the neighborhood and folks working together. But thank you all for coming in. This is such a game changer, such an important vote. And this is the future of our Main Street. Thank you, Council President.
You're welcome. Thank you, Councilwoman. Madam Clerk, if you don't mind, could you please print out the red line version with the red ink for the council of the PSA agreement? I'm going to allow my colleagues to continue responding. If we could have that.
Color copier.
No.
Yeah. Otherwise I would have done.
So my version is not red line either.
Well, the one, there's a hard copy I gave everybody tonight.
That's red line?
Yes, but obviously.
It's black and white.
Open the document up and then.
It's open. Mine is still black. It's no red.
At the Microsoft Word, the view, the red line.
So I use an Apple product, so I don't have Microsoft Word the same way you guys do. But that's neither here nor there. So if it's not possible, it's not possible. We will continue with our responses to public comment while we try to figure out how to address notifying the public of some of those changes. Councilwoman Geber Michael.
Thank you.
Do you want to move into the next?
Yeah.
Good evening, everyone. I'm going to make my remarks brief just because after we do respond, we're going to go into closed session to discuss all of this, executive session. I would like to thank everyone here for being here, those of you in person and also in Zoom. Please bear with me. I just got Invisalign, so I'm still learning how to speak with it. And it's it hasn't been very comfortable adjusting. Ms. Pearson, thank you so much for coming in to speak to us about stormwater management. If you can please email us Verona's ordinance. I do agree. We should be taking the initiative to be proactive and adding updates. So I do look forward to reviewing it and working on it with the council and the administration to see how we can update our ordinance. As you all heard from Mr. Jangaro, we cannot comment on the Llewellyn Park Bar and Grill situation since it's pending litigation, but I am in support of the ordinance that we're voting on tonight on second reading, as is this council. And to those of you who did come out here to speak out about it, thank you. It's very brave to come here and share your story. And hopefully something can be worked out to help your quality of life. Mrs. Wilson and Mr. Monk, and Ms. Monk, excuse me. Thank you for your comments. I'm going to defer to our engineer And hopefully we can find a solution to the issues that you've mentioned. And I would like to thank Mr. Panullo for his advocacy as well as We Care and all the work that they're doing in this town. So I know it's not easy considering we do have a decision from the Supreme Court. And then to all of you who commented about the downtown redevelopment, thank you for your insight. And for those of you who are for it, and also again, it's good to hear different sides. You know, I've had a lot of residents come to me and oppose to this project, so it is nice to hear the other side. So thank you all for coming down here and taking your time to speak up about this. And on that note, I am going to end my response to public comment. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Scarpa.
Thank you. I want to start by thanking Jessica Pearson for her 2-hour crash course in stormwater management that she gave me yesterday. And she has already worked with me and redlined our entire ordinance. And I will be sending that around and sharing it with all my council colleagues, legal and environmental commission. And I think there's a lot to learn. I would love her full-length course, and perhaps maybe she could even talk to our environmental commission. She is an incredible resource. She has the background, she's self-taught, she's passionate about this area, and we need to get this ordinance right. I mean, we've had just Love Gillard and a number of our residents who all have had thousands of dollars worth of damage from runoff. We all know about the profuse flooding problems we have in this town. We need to make sure that this ordinance has teeth and we can benefit from Jennifer's expertise. She's an invaluable resource, so I urge all of us to take advantage of her. I will be getting to know her even better. And she's on the planning board in Verona, so she has real understanding of this whole issue. Lucille Wilson and Barbara, our seniors, thank you for coming out again and talking to us about Lindsay and Main Street. I could see how difficult of a situation this is for our seniors. We do need to do a little more. I know Barbara talked about violations. I don't know what the chief has done in that area or what he could do. Maybe he can just talk a little bit about what could be done or what, if we can have engineering take a look at the situation there. But it's not one that I'm intimately involved with. So maybe you could just talk about that later. For the young women who came, who can't sleep, the poor woman who can't sleep at night, the student, she didn't give us her name, but as a result of the noise, I know I've spoken with Anna and other members of your community all summer at the pool. I've heard the stories of what you are going through. No one should have to live like that. I know that that bar has turned over many times and has been a bar and restaurant, and it's never been a problem for you and your neighbors. So whatever's going on there now, Chief, we need to get a handle on. I know they said summons have been issues. There's no excuse for defecating in public areas and on homes. It sounds like that's an area that needs a closer look. Of course, I'll be voting for the ordinance. But Chief, I don't know what you can do in terms of policing the area a little bit better and making sure some of these atrocities that I heard about all summer are not happening in that neighborhood. And I'll ask you to weigh in on that as well. To everyone who came out to talk about the downtown development, we all love the idea of having the film studio in our downtown. We all would love to see this happen. However, any business person, and there are many of us, know that the devil is in the details of any business deal. I have many serious concerns I've stated them in our last meeting. I'll briefly touch upon them here. And I would say to my colleagues, Al in Economic Development Commission, thank you for weighing in. But all of my colleagues, have you read the development agreement? They're all business people. I'd love to see them take a look at it. I'd love to see a more robust discussion. And I think we need to look at what we're really doing there, how it's going to affect our tax base, and how it's going to affect our town at large. Some of my concerns are it's a developer's responsibility to produce financials that justify the pilot. The pilot language and the criteria in this agreement poorly protects the taxpayers and are written for the benefit of the developer. The giving back of even the $200K, the $200,000 if the developer walks away after another whole year is ridiculous because we have not competitively bid this project. We have taken the properties off the market for over a year. So to give another lengthy amount of time to the developer just doesn't seem reasonable to me. To me, 90 days, seems reasonable for them to get a studio partner. Getting that studio partner is key. And that's a key part of the deal. And it has to happen in a shorter amount of time. West Orange residents are burdened with not only the cleanup, the way this agreement is structured, but with we're absorbing the cost of the demolition of the two buildings. In the prior agreement, the first agreement, the developer assumed responsibility for the environmental cleanup. And we renegotiated an agreement where this responsibility and risk is shifted to West Orange taxpayers. I think we can do better. I think a more collaborative effort and an experienced town planner looking strategically at our township and at our tax base needs may have facilitated a more prosperous deal for our West Orange residents. So I agree that it's wonderful. We love the idea of the film studio, but I have some serious concerns about the way this agreement is structured. And I think that's about it.
Thank you, Councilwoman Williams.
Thank you. Thank you this evening for everyone coming out. Tremendous appreciation for those who expressed their support of the studio transaction. Mr. Fagan, thank you so much for continuing to highlight issues around town and information. And especially thank you for highlighting suicide prevention on the east side and letting people know that there are resources that are available. Ms. Pearson, thank you again also, and echoing my colleagues for coming out and sharing your advocacy for stormwater management. Also, we'll note that Rutgers does have a stormwater management class that is available to each of us. I've taken it as well. Yeah, so it's a pretty extensive program. It's a 6-week program that you have to take
Councilwoman, your microphone.
in order to become certified. As far as Llewellyn Park and the residents who live around that neighborhood, this is an example of how we may need to consider a tremendous rezoning effort for our community. West Orange, as it stands now, most of our business communities are abutted up against our residences. And so moving forward, because we do want all of our businesses and residences to be able to mutually coexist, that might be a solution that we may have to look towards in the future, is perhaps some of these businesses that, again, yes, they're vibrant businesses, but if those businesses vacate or become unsuccessful, then we may need to look and determine whether or not another business goes in that location. We may need to convert these areas to just a residential zone. So I think that is something that the township, the administration, the municipality will have to consider moving forward. But it is our desire, each of us, for our homeowners, our businesses to coexist. So in an effort as was mentioned, perhaps a community meeting might be something that where all parties can come together and come to a mutually agreed upon solution to the noises that are being there, as well as just being able to sustain their business. Ms. Wilson and Ms. Monk, traffic safety, especially in and around our community, is something that this administration does take seriously. They have implemented a Vision Zero plan. We've done grant applications for making some of those Vision Zero improvements, and certainly crosswalks in a location where our seniors have to access on a regular basis is an area that should be booted up to a priority or an urgent concern. So hopefully our engineering department and our administration will be able to look at that and perhaps get something done expeditiously. Also want to, again, some of the concerns about the studio, I'll reserve those to when we get to the ordinance. I'm sure we will pull that. And I do have some prepared remarks about that opportunity. So I will reserve those until we come there. Mr. Pinolo, thank you again for coming and continuing to advocate. And if I did not make myself clear at the last opportunity when I corrected the statement about pending litigation, I made a correction and said it was an active application with a quasi judicial board, and I felt that it was inappropriate for us to make those comments. However, you are more than welcome and free to keep us informed about what is going on and your perspective, and certainly we respect that. But this particular body, as far as commenting is concerned, it is in another another quasi judicial board, our land use board, and all those elements will be handled there. I think that is the gamut of the responses. Again, the studio is the most game-changing opportunity, transformative opportunity. And when we get to the resolution, I'll have further additional comments. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilwoman. All right, so much of what I would have said to many of the public commenters has already been said. I will not belabor the point. I do want to address a few issues. One is Lindsley. Mr. Abbott, can we figure out with our Director of Engineering what needs to be done? This corner is obviously, it's a 4-lane plus parking. It's an extensive cross with no markings. So, what can we do there?
So this has been an issue for years. It's a county road. We can't do any improvements on it. The county would have to do it. But the county, and I honestly, I think they're right. And I know it's inconvenient, especially for seniors who don't want to walk greater distances. County wants you to go to the corner and use the traffic light and cross properly corner to corner. Mid-block crosswalks are very much frowned upon in the engineering world. And especially here, because if you think about it, the driveway for 59 Main Street's right there. So you'd be crossing, you're dealing with the driveway, you're dealing with people coming northbound on a blind curve, people going southbound, people coming down the one way, making left turns, making right turns. We had a fatality out of there a couple of years ago, and it's not a good place to cross. It's not a safe place to cross, but there's really not any engineering improvements that will make it safe.
Well, if we've had a death and we have had some near misses, and we certainly know that the senior community is not going to be bound by that request to go to the next corner. And, obviously that's going to be more difficult for some than others. If we know it's a problem there, we have to figure out a solution, even if that involves more than just a crosswalk. So if there needs to be other traffic management apparatus or signage or whatever we need to do there, I think we need to engage in that study. And if the county's not willing to do it, obviously we should give them every opportunity to, but if they're not willing to do it, that's something I think, at least from a study perspective, we should do ourselves and present them with the data, even if they don't want to do it themselves. It may be a cost we have to incur to protect our residents. so that we can get, you know, an upgraded, traffic control mechanism at that corner. And I want to be clear, what he's saying when you say mid-block crossing, it's mid-block on the other side.
Correct.
It's a corner here.
On the east side.
Right. So, the folks that are coming up from Rent a House are gonna go straight out to Maine, and then they've got to figure out how to get to the other side. I do think it's important that we at least understand what a study would tell us are the best ways to mitigate any kind of public safety issue.
I mean, we can look at it again. We've looked at it several times over the years, but it's always been the same conclusion. The only thing we could probably do there, which I don't know that we want that look, is to completely divide Main Street with a physical divider for the north and south traffic so that you can't physically cross there. That's an option.
I'm open to any options,
You
especially.
would be able to make a left turn if you were coming northbound onto
Right,
Winsley.
right. I mean, that might have to, that might have to be the solution. You would make your left 1 block sooner at Northfield Avenue and then make a right and come back around the other way. All right, so I want to encourage us to do that. Whatever is required to understand the best way to better control traffic there and decrease risk to pedestrians, I am fully in support of. We have just this year made a commitment as a Vision Zero town. That would certainly fall underneath that. Our Pedestrian Safety Advisory Board, makes recommendations all the time to increase pedestrian safety. So I do think that's something we should jump on as soon as possible.
I'll talk to Zybeth in the morning about it.
Thank you very much, sir. All right, I want to say a few things about the movie studio, but I want to make sure that is for last. I won't comment on the complaints that have been issued to Llewellyn Park in particular. I do want to extend myself to the residents that are having a difficult time. Please reach out to me via email or cell phone. I'm happy to talk with you offline further about it and see what we can do, working collaboratively to solve some of these issues. I do want to say I frequent the place. I've been there, and when police have responded for noise complaints, and at least the time that I was there when the police responded, I did not feel that a noise complaint was warranted at that time. It was early in the evening, and I couldn't even hear the music until I got close to the restaurant. That doesn't mean that your complaints are baseless, and I'm not trying to say that in any stretch of the imagination. I just had that one experience. But I'm happy to help solve the problem. We do want to keep businesses in our Main Street corridor. It's right off of Main Street. And part of the challenge we have financially in this town is paying for everything that we need. Property taxes go up every single year. When we have commercial properties, we get more bang for our buck with those property taxes because they use less in services than they pay in taxes, which allows us some relief on the residential side. And that's only because they don't put kids in school. But my email address is public, and please email me and include contact information. I will respond with my contact information, and I'm happy to help in any way that I can. All right, now on to this development. This has been the most difficult project to work on for a host of reasons. I have been supportive of it from the beginning. And while I've been supportive of it, I've also been critical. I think my criticism is warranted. I think my support is also warranted. When I point out the flaws in the approach, they are real. And for those that don't know, we began in February, we as a town council, asking the mayor to put out an RFP on those properties. The mayor didn't want to do that. Went to the Economic Development Committee, of which I was the liaison at the time. We had a full discussion about what to do with that property. And the unanimous opinion of the Economic Development Committee, and none of them are my appointees, they are all appointed by the mayor. The unanimous opinion was that we should put out an RFP. And that was communicated in writing, I believe, in March of 2023. It may have been April, but around March or April. And that was ignored. And then when we were approached with this particular project in September, I said to the mayor, you're going to have a difficult time getting this passed because you didn't put out an RFP, even if it's a good project. The process was flawed from the beginning. But I have an obligation as a councilman to at least hear out what the developers had planned for that particular site and understand if they were capable of pulling it off, and also if they were the types of individuals and the type of company that I think West Orange should deal with. So I met with them. I met actually with them on 2 separate occasions. I met with one of my colleagues and then again with another. And we asked them a bunch of questions. And their approach from the very beginning was received very well by me in particular, and I think by the council in general. And the first thing that struck me was their offer. This was not a request that the town council made. They offered to pay a fee for the interim redeveloper rights. I thought that showed tremendous good faith. I also thought it showed confidence, both in their ability to execute, to actually build something, but to get the right pieces of the puzzle together to do this particular project. And so then we began negotiating, having a full-fledged conversation, and we had unprecedented access to this particular development as a town council. I am critical of the mayor, but I will give her credit where it is due. She allowed unprecedented input from the town council on this development. I spoke with my colleagues who were not supportive. I tried to make modifications that would help them support it. And those modifications ultimately still didn't get the support. So, with regard to some of the commentary that my colleague Scarpa just made a moment ago, I take exception to it. One of the things you said, Councilwoman, was that, the remediation was on the developer originally, and now it is on the town. Well, originally, the remediation was on the town. Originally, in our first interim developer agreement that we did not receive any payment for, we got nothing to show from that agreement at all. And by the way, I was not the liaison, and nor did I negotiate that. That agreement required the township to assume the cost of remediation. Now, as a township, we have access to grants to help us. But it was still something that we would have been responsible for should the grants have been insufficient. When this dealer came around, we negotiated the remediation to be the responsibility of the developer. And the developer agreed. And that was one of the agreements that we had early on. And they've spent hundreds of thousands of dollars already to understand the depth of remediation required on that site. And it is far greater than they or me, I'll only speak for myself, or any of the folks that I've spoken to about this would have expected from a financial standpoint. We're not talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars. We're talking about millions. And let's be clear, West Orange, we are on the hook for that if this deal does not go through. So we do know how dirty the dirt is. The studies have been done. The mitigation is ongoing, right? So we have, and we own the property. So unless we transfer this property to a purchaser who will assume that and not deduct it from the cost of the acquisition, we as taxpayers are going to pay for it. Whether you agree with that statement or not, that is absolutely true. So negotiating that off of West Orange's books and onto the books of the developer, I thought was a major win. And I thought it showed great faith on the part of the developer. Now, we found out the number. Understandably, the developer was concerned. I get it. It's a real number. It's not a small number. And there are 0 grant dollars in our custody today. So there still is some risk. But even when we went back, I don't know, I believe Mr. DeBovi, it may have been someone else, was one of the folks who, at our last council meeting, brought up the issue with regard to remediation. We, Councilwoman Castellino and I, over the last 2 weeks have been further negotiating this particular contract to get it in a better form. And that is one of the things that we were able to do. There's a $5 million expectation to be remediated. There could be more than that. And that is taken care of. That first $5 million is taken care of by this agreement. And then anything above that is split 50-50 between the developer and the town. If that is the way it goes, and we end up having a $6 million or more commitment, let's just say it's a $7 million commitment, we will have had to spend $1 million. They would have had to have spent $6 million to clean up a $7 million problem. And by the way, this is a problem we've known about for years. This is not a new problem. So that I felt was a major point to negotiate in this contract, and something that I think the township benefits from. To go further than that, we've had more than our fair share of difficult moments in this council chamber. And one of the things that has been very difficult is getting basic things done transparently. And what I've said now for 4 years is, at some point, we're going to have a big, we're going to need to do some big work, take some tough votes, and it's going to require some trust to do it. And that trust has been eroded. And that is the full sentence. I have zero confidence in our administration, not just because of how we got here, but for many other reasons. And so my concern, this is why it's such a hard vote, is how do we protect things along the way? How can I move forward with a project when there's so little trust? Now, I have to weigh these, and this is why it's a difficult job. And I will be very clear, this is a tough vote. It's a tough vote because some of the stuff that needs to be done, I may not be around to make sure that it gets done. And let me just clarify one thing Mr. Brick said about the STEM Center. What you may not know, Mr. Brick, what Councilwoman Scarpa knows, and the members of the Economic Development Committee know, is we had a presentation by someone who is building STEM centers around the state right now. And he's building them with HUD money. And the HUD provides 80%. What I was going to ask for is the remainder be taken care of by the developer. But I can't ask for that now. That is something that comes with the financial agreement. And that financial agreement is nowhere near, we're not going to get to that this year. There's nothing we can do, I don't believe, to get to a financial agreement this year. So that's difficult for me, but that is what the STEM Center is. The training had already been agreed to. It's not in writing, but it is an understanding that council members and the developers and the administration have. It is a benefit that needs to be provided to our students in town, and I think it will excite them and interest them and help them, but that's happening anyway. That the STEM Center is something different. Now, there is talk in here about a pilot, and I am concerned about the pilot because, again, I will not likely be here to vote on it. So I do have some concerns, both for West Orange as well as for the developers. Depending on how the council is constituted when the financial agreement comes, it could easily meet with a 3-2 no vote. And then we are back at square one. If that is the case, by the way, we only lose $200,000. We don't lose the full $400,000. We keep the first 200. There's nothing that will affect that first 200 as of today. But that is a possibility. So it's hard for me as a business person. I did my stint on Wall Street. It's hard for me to say yes to something that could end up being a no in just a few months, and have the developers incur additional costs and not really get anything in return for that. However, when I weigh all of these things, the good far outweighs the bad. Up to 600 permanent jobs, $200+ million investment on our Main Street, local hire requirements that will put West Orange residents and businesses to work, the impact on the schools, the property taxes that will be paid will be greater than the property taxes we're getting now, even with a pilot. And they will not put a single body in the schools. Our schools are already overcrowded, even when people don't want to admit it. That's another one of the things that has eroded trust. Our schools are overcrowded. So, and then this, of all the sites in New Jersey, is the absolute best site to have a movie studio. It is the home of the first one. That's our history. Now, there's some things that need to be done. Just making it pedestrian friendly is not enough. We need to make sure that those employees are going to walk out and buy lunch and buy dinner and get a drink after work and patronize the local businesses. Otherwise, like we've seen in other areas, people will come to work, stay on campus all day and go back home, and not a single dollar will be left in town. We need to make sure that the site plan and that our further agreements honor that. And I will tell you, I expect that they will. With the sole exception of one issue that I've asked for, the developers have been receptive to every suggestion, and we've been able to negotiate. We didn't get everything we wanted. They certainly didn't get everything they wanted. And that, to me, is the mark of a good deal. Now, I have been supportive of this, and there are people in this room right now who know that I am on the fence still. It is a tough vote. There are some things I think are worth taking the chance. And in the grand scheme of things, I think the impact is far greater than any negative impact we could incur. And in spite of the zero trust I have in this administration, justifiably so. Even a broken clock is right twice a day. So I'm looking forward to our vote. I think we will have further conversation at that time. And I think this is probably the most consequential vote for Main Street and West Orange in the last 20 years. Even actually probably more than that, even going back to before all of the votes on the Edison loss. So I just want to make sure I covered all my points that I wanted to cover because I won't get a chance to come back. Obviously, Mr. Krakowiak, you and I disagree on the numbers. I'm not going to waste the time tonight going through it all. Some of which you concede, some of which you don't. Either way, from a financial standpoint, the impact financially to the Township of West Orange for this project is probably the biggest impact we can get for that site, given the unique dynamics around development there. I understand that you disagree. God bless you, sir. I feel very confident in that statement. I think that's it for me. Just one second. With regard to West Essex. So while it is not appropriate for me as a member of the planning board to opine on which way I would vote on any particular development that is currently before the planning board, it is perfectly appropriate for my council colleagues to state their position. They're not voting. If they join the meeting, they join the meeting just as any other member of the public. Now, we have some work that we do here, and we make decisions about those different projects from time to time, and sometimes we opine on them, and some of them have been opined on tonight. I won't say how I feel about it, But I do think the community needs to know how y'all feel. At least I won't say it as long as I'm on the planning board. I think that's it for me. Let me just double check. I'm coming to you, Councilwoman, as soon as I make sure. Yeah, the last thing I will say is, Mr. DeBovi, you asked the question, is it right for the town? Honestly, sir, that is the only reason that I've been supportive of it. It is right for the town. And I don't know how we're going to get another group to clean up or bring that number of jobs without putting kids in school. I just don't see how that's gonna happen, but you're welcome to disagree. Councilman Williams, you wanted to say something?
I just wanted to ask for a 2 to 3 minute recess once you are complete with our remarks before we go to our next.
Well, I was going to ask the council to move up the executive session to the first item of business.
Yeah.
So that we could let our professionals go. And then obviously we can use the restroom all the way there.
That's fine, thank you.
All right, so I offer a motion that we move the executive session and go into adjourn the regular meeting and go into recess the regular meeting and go into executive session.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion is carried.
Well, thank you, West Orange. We'll be back as soon as possible.
Hi, this is Joe Fagan. Township Council is now back to resume their meeting. At this point, I'd like to turn the meeting over to Council President Rutherford.
Thank you, sir. Welcome back, everyone. We are now back in our regular meeting. Madam Clerk,
Yes. How would you like to proceed?
consent agenda.
Oh, okay. Okay, approval of minutes of previous meeting, public meeting, September 10th, 2024.
Consent.
Report of township officers, none. Reading of petitions and communications and bids, none. Bill list. Does anybody have any questions on the bills?
Consent.
Consent,
Resolutions, are any resolutions being pulled this evening?
yes.
Colleagues,
Yes, I have some questions. Can't find my original. My original.
so I have questions also. Are you ready? No, you go ahead.
Thank you. First start with. Or are we pulling the budget, the public hearing on budget amendment number 1? Are we pulling that, or
We don't.
do we need to pull that, or do we just?
Didn't we read that last time?
That. It's just, no, we're not voted. We already voted on that, so that doesn't need to be pulled. That was just as a reference for the public.
Okay. Resolution terminating the shared service agreement number 27524.
You want that pulled or question?
My question was.
Well, I have a question too.
Go ahead, Council President.
So can we do them all at one time?
Yeah.
So 275, I have a question on as well. Did you have others that you have questions on?
276
276, Councilwoman has a question.
and 278.
Yeah, I had 270.
278 questions for both councilwomen. Okay,
I have a question too on 28324.
283. All right,
I'd like to pull 277.
for no vote or a question?
It's for a question and 281 for a question.
And you're gonna pull those?
Actually, no, I want them pulled. Yes, because it's for no vote.
277 and 281,
Correct.
and I'm assuming you're pulling 282.
Yes.
280 or 282?
We're pulling it not for a no
282.
vote. Oh, not
280
just
or
seven.
282?
282.
282.
Okay.
282 is what we just covered
Right.
in the executive session, purchase agreement.
So we're pulling it?
Correct.
Okay.
Councilman McEver Michael is the one who pulled 282. Anything else? So just.
You gotta pull 24, right? F and G to do the ordinances first.
Well, I have questions on those too. I didn't put mine in yet. I have a very simple question though.
Which one?
279.
Last time we didn't have the 4 votes for the bond.
Oh, correct. Those have to be pulled
Right.
until afterwards
Yeah,
because
those
of the bond
yeah.
ordinance.
Right, so why don't they have the same number as the last time?
Because the last time they passed, but then the bond ordinance failed, so I had to put them back on with new numbers.
That answers my question.
Okay.
All right, so they're pulled.
Okay.
All right, so we've got 275.
275 is the resolution terminating the shared service agreement with the Borough of Essex Fields for Public Health Officer. This is being presented by Mr. Fonzino. My question was, does the termination, is it retroactive to the death? Or is it just effective once we terminate the contract now? And my rationale or reasoning for that is because obviously we were paying them something or they were paying us something.
They were paying us, but when Teresa DeNova passed away, we started using the county for our health officer.
Okay.
So we didn't really have the relationship. I think this is just a formal termination.
Yeah, and
correct?
what Director Fondino said to me was that because we're contracting with the Essex Hudson Regional, we cannot contract with another community. We can't sublet ourselves to them.
Right, I understand, but
And Ms. DeNova, she was our health officer, and since she's, since her passing,
Yeah.
she's no longer, we had the contract on the service, so.
I don't believe they paid us since that time.
Yeah.
I think this is just a formal termination of the agreement.
all right, can we just get confirmation that we haven't paid them or they haven't paid, whatever the situation is retroactively, that we don't owe them any money as we're terminating this contract?
Mhm.
Just so that we can be good
Yeah.
neighbors?
I have a question. I don't recall us doing a resolution to terminate the shared services agreement with Dover. Did I just miss
No.
Miss that?
We did,
We did?
yeah.
When was that done? When was that done?
I don't remember.
I mean, I know that we've done other things in regard to that shared services agreement. I just did not recall the resolution.
Neither do I. I don't think that we.
I'll research it while you guys are.
Yeah, please do. And then, my question would be, why would we not? Right?
They said they were terminating and that was it. We didn't follow up from there.
I
Okay,
mean, we did some things to require the inquire about the payments and then also stop those,
Yeah, that's it though.
but we didn't do the resolution. So, please follow up for me. Let me know if we have a resolution for Dover.
You got that?
And that was my only question. I'm not trying to pull 275's vote no.
okay.
Anything else on 275?
2023.
All right, so
Yeah.
275 is no longer pulled. It's gonna be in the consent. 276, that was Councilwoman Williams.
Yes, my inquiry was this easement agreement is for the repair of
9 Nelson Court.
right, but it's for repair of I guess stormwater management apparatus that the township owns.
Correct.
So why would the homeowner now take up future responsibility and repairs if it's owned by the township? And then my follow-up question with that, or for that, is what is the expense right now that we're doing the repairs for? And is that a burden that a homeowner should want? And then is it also deed restricted from the future sale of that property?
So I'll let legal answer for the deed restrictions, but we've made repairs to some of these properties it's not stormwater, I believe it's sanitary sewer, but it's to kind of get it up to where it needs to be, but then they need to maintain it going forward. We can't maintain these things in perpetuity.
And in
which is
this
unfortunate.
particular street, we've done this work to a lot of the other homes. And this particular home, it was never done. They're actually adding in 2 macerator pumps. My understanding is what they're putting in there. It's something to grind what's in the pipe and help the flow go downhill. So, for lack of better terms, it's it's just.
So what is the cost involved in this repair and why would a homeowner, I hear you saying, but if it's our sewer system, why is now the homeowner gonna have to take the burden of future maintenance?
Because it's really on their lateral, but this is just a very unique street and it's probably better if the engineer explains it, but I've been up there. I do have a basic understanding of it. So once we help them get their laterals cleaned out to the street, we've made these modifications, but it's up to them to maintain them. We're really not responsible. Be honest with you, we don't have to do any of this. And I've talked to other plumbing inspectors that thinks the town is insane for doing it to begin with, but these are our residents and it goes back like Mr. Smarado said, it goes back, years now to different houses on Nelson Court where we've done this for them. So like, if we don't do it for this one, this is gonna be the only one we didn't do it for.
Yeah, this is the only house we never did from years ago. And for whatever reason, this one was just never.
And
done.
every other homeowner is responsible for the continued maintenance of their
That's my
sewer line.
understanding, yes.
Okay.
This is just finalizing. This is the last piece of that.
And is
puzzle.
this gonna be a deed restriction that's gonna go into perpetuity if they happen to sell?
I don't know that answer. I don't know that. We can find that out.
Maybe the
That out.
problem's already on their survey. and
I would think.
Well, not if we're granting an easement to do the work, it's not on their survey. Because otherwise, if the easement was already there, it would be on their survey and we wouldn't have to grant
Well,
it.
this says temporary easement agreement, so it's not permanent, from what I'm reading. Temporary easement agreement with the owner.
It allows us, my understanding from talking to the engineers, that it allows us to go on the property to make the repairs this time. But because it's their sanitary sewer
Yeah, they're
system, they'll have
responsible.
the obligation to maintain it, no matter who owns the property.
Okay,
That's my understanding as the township engineer.
thank you. And that was my question. I don't have to pull it. I just wanted further information.
And then you have 278, who had a question on?
I'm sorry.
No,
The 278, yes. Did we get the?
77 first, right?
Oh, okay.
Oh,
So
okay.
278. Oh, no, I'm sorry.
Not to
I
vote no.
apologize. No, never mind. Not 278. I take that back.
Councilwoman Castellino and Councilwoman Williams have questions on 78?
Correct.
Yeah, I was just wondering if we got any of the other fees from the other neighboring towns on what their fee schedule is.
I know Milburn's.
How much?
Milburn is up to $2,000 fine.
Okay, but
So
the
that's-
demographics of Milburn is much different.
Yeah,
than what's else.
I understand. I'm just
We have to
letting
look
you know.
at, we have to look at replacement costs.
Did we
I think
get?
Maplewood is also similar.
That's not up to.
So my,
I believe
go ahead,
so.
Councilwoman, when you're done.
No, I just wanted to know if we
I have a
had any
question.
information. I mean, I stand on record that I think $500 is punitive and more than we should include.
So I'd like a little more time with this on this, because, you know, obviously it's the season I'm going door to door talking to residents. And so there has been inquiries about tree removal and how much it would cost for the replacement. And I mean, some people are getting quotes of like $6,000. It's like insane. So, again, I like a little, I thought we were gonna wait on this. I didn't realize it was gonna come up this quick. Or we were gonna research it and lower it a little bit.
Madam Clerk, can you get us the town? Did you reach out to the neighboring towns to find out what their fees are?
Maplewood is also not to exceed $2,000 fine.
Their fees for what? I'm sorry.
For tree removal?
Oh, not to
tree
exceed.
replacement. That doesn't mean. it's
Yeah, we
gonna
don't have
cost
that
much.
here. This could cost you up on some of these trees, six grand, 10 grand, like it's crazy.
Right, I have a tree that is on hillside that has to be removed. It's $9,000 for the homeowner and she is a senior. And it is definitely clearly on her property. And it is the biggest tree on Hillside.
Did they
Avenue.
get a number of bids for that?
Yes, she did get it. She got several bids
It
and,
can be expensive to take these.
Nine,
You
yeah.
need special equipment.
right. So
Yeah.
I would ask if we could table, I would move to table this until we can get some.
Yeah, because I think,
I would just add that the problem with continuing to table this
Yeah.
resolution is that as it stands right now, the tree removal and replacement fund has no mechanism for payment into it. So it says to be prescribed by resolution. So it's hard to keep kicking the can down the road, so to speak, where
no,
there are no in place right now. The only fine would be the $2,000 for illegally removing a tree or what have you, or if you want, that's a pay illegally. That I think is set by the ordinance, the council will never recommend. This resolution deals with the replacement charge, so if I want to apply for a tree removal permit and to remove 2 trees on my property, this dictates how much it's going to cost me if I can't replace them on my property or my neighbors. That I would have to put into the replacement fund. So that's.
If there's a modification requested by the council to the $500 fee or the $1,000,
We can amend.
whatever that second one is, make that.
Placeholder.
Yeah, I would recommend no more than $250, if I could get a second on that.
Second,
well,
and there's a placeholder until we figure out
Well, there's two prices here,
Yeah,
that's the
if I might
problem.
just add, if we're gonna do
Yeah.
a modification to the price for the 2.5-inch tree, it should be consistent for the 4-inch trees as well, so that way there's no.
250 and 500.
We have here now 500 per 2.5, which I'm again confused. 'Cause I thought the minimum to take down was 4 inches, not 2.5 inches. So that's,
We amended it to 4 inches.
so that's
It is 4 inches, it's just being, the options for replacement are.
different. Okay.
Right, you can replace it with a 2.5.
Okay, so I would recommend we go 250 and
Well, you got.
500.
I second that.
All right, so that's been, motion has been offered. Is there a second?
No,
I second it.
I
So the
second the
motion
motion and
offered,
the
there was a
second.
Second.
Madam Clerk?
Okay.
This is to amend.
Right. Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman
Yes.
Geber Michael, Councilwoman Scarpa,
No.
Councilwoman Williams.
Yes.
Council President Rutherford.
Yes.
So it's the 250 and 500 across the board throughout the chart.
Yes.
Yes.
And now we need to vote on the resolution, or are we not pulling it? How do we move forward with passing the resolution itself?
Did you,
I had questions on it.
is your question satisfied now?
Yes.
We
and
can vote on it.
Yeah, I'm good with the
Yes.
amendment.
I'm good with the amendment. So do we just go ahead and vote on it? Is
Sure.
my question. Okay.
Is there a motion to approve?
So move. Well,
Second.
I'm sorry. I moved for, on the record, 274-24.
278.
278. I'm sorry.
I second that
278-24.
motion.
Okay, thank you.
Glasses on.
Okay, as amended, 278-24, Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael, Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams.
Yes.
Council President Rutherford.
Yes.
Okay, the motion carries.
All right, so there was a question on, we're pulling 279 and 280 until after the ordinance.
Correct.
281.
Yeah.
Oh, that's pulled.
281.
No, 280. 282. That's pulled the vote no too. 283.
283, I just had a question. I had spoken with Mr. Smeraldo about this earlier. I was wondering if this was competitively bid, why, if it was competitive, why it wasn't competitively bid, or if it was.
Oh, yeah. I had a question about that one too.
So it's our understanding that Reggio was doing other work for us in the town. And this was an incident that occurred in there that needed this work to help protect some of the homes. And because they were in the area, the way it was explained to me, the reason it was a non-fair and open contract was because they were already doing work in the area. So it added to the job to help for the protection of the residents, including the paving of Valley Way, which
So-
is the current contractor,
So-
which is permissible under the local government contractor law.
Correct. I think it was because it was emergency work, but was
It
correct.
wasn't an emergency in the sense of,
Can we
Wait.
pull up
It-
that? Because the reason why I say that is, we always talk about fair and open contracts. And I would like to see what we originally voted on in March, because it should mirror that language. If it was passed under the guise of being emergency work, that should be named in this.
this was added to the work that was already awarded. This was added
Yeah, this
onto
is,
for the fact that because my understanding, and I think the chief
On my
knows more,
street.
that there was a car that came down, hit a house,
Yeah.
we had to do some work to help prevent more damage going into homes.
I'm not disputing that fact. I am agreeing with what you're saying, but my understanding in March is that we voted on something that was considered emergency work. And if that's the case in that resolution, it should mirror that in this resolution. So can someone pull up what we voted on in March? Because I think it should.
I don't
mirror
think
that.
this was what was considered an emergency,
Yeah.
this work was performed in conjunction
Right.
with the paving project. and
they were
based on-
there, they're paving now, and excuse me, I don't mean to jump in, but it's on my street. So the bottom of Fairmont, there was a bad accidents, wiped out the whole guardrail, which goes right into somebody's home. So they're there now paving, and that needs to be replaced.
Okay, I know, but I would like to see, I'm trying to find, can someone tell me what resolution number that was in
So
March?
I think also part of the challenge was if it's not bid out, how do we know that that's a good
Good
price?
price.
Exactly. So I don't know, like. we can-
Well,
It's already there.
people in that world, Jimmy Williams, I bet they have a, a pretty good idea of what something's worth. I mean, they may not be exact. It's not to say you definitely couldn't get a better price, but it's not something that you know, they're there, they can do this work right now, you get it done and it's done. I mean,
And-
it's
and it
not,
was-
it's not like you're gonna save, you know, 30,000. Nobody's coming and doing that for half the price.
And it wasn't the first accident in that spot.
No, I just. if
And,
we
the-
get
and the
to
repair was
bottom,
being
go back to the
done
resolution.
in conjunction with the road work, so it wasn't like somebody coming in tearing up the work that was already being performed. It was performed simultaneously with the road.
So this is already done.
There was, I grew up on Fairmount, there was a cable that ran through like
Yeah.
I-beams in concrete in the ground, and it was inside of like a shrub, so you really didn't see it. It was there for that purpose.
That's
That's
holding
totally
out.
antiquated, outdated, you know, you'd probably decapitate somebody if they lost control on a bicycle.
Very dangerous.
So, you know, that's not even allowed today. So
Was
those
it-
homeowners, it's only like maybe
Improvement.
3 houses, I'm gonna say, 3 or 4 houses that affects. They got a little bit vocal about, hey, we need this changed, we need this fixed.
And the
and
cable was still there.
This is how we came up with this.
So has the work already been done?
That I don't know.
They're working on. it.
Diabet's probably on if you want to bring her on.
Yeah, see. if-
She's usually on. She on, Joe? Diabet?
What number is
Working
it?
on the street. but I
Because I
don't
want
know.
to find it, I just want to find the.
Is Diabet on?
Right.
Is she on, Mr.? It's 283. You want to call her? 283?
Yeah.
I got it. Here it is.
Give her a number to call her.
Yeah, no long.
Okay.
Oh, I have it. I have it.
Valerie.
Oh,
Want me to call her?
yeah.
Yes, please.
Yes.
Do we have any? Oh, I got some.
Should I do my order?
10 days. This was a big process. I want to find the resolution.
That was volume, so we don't hear what she's really saying.
All right, so can we come back to that? All right, so,
Well, if he's getting her on the phone, we should.
okay,
Yeah.
all right. She's gonna join.
I would like to look at that resolution passed from March. So the last resolution. March 12th.
She said March.
Well, so I think it's 87. It's the only thing. Maybe it's 87. I think I looked at 90 by accident.
I searched Reggio going back a couple of years.
But March 12th, go to the March 12th meeting agenda. It's either 87 or 90.
Okay.
It said the town received 10 bids. That's why I'm confused about. Like on both of them, it said the town received bids, so they're not no bids. If those are
The
regular-
original work.
For the original work.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but this is like an add-on, like with the library when we got the add-ons.
Oh.
That's very same what you guys are saying.
Huh?
I understand what you're saying.
So I don't understand what you're concerned.
I don't know why we're doing add-ons instead of having fair.
Because they're there
We've
and
done it
this,
before,
and there's
right?
a cable hanging down. She'll explain. It's,
There's some efficiencies when you've already got the street dug up, right?
yeah, because they're
Okay.
there.
This
They're
is not
there and
the
they're
street,
rather.
It is
than
on the street. No, it's right on the curb. It's
Yeah.
right.
but it's not
a
the street. They're paving the street.
No, they're doing the curbing and everything.
Yeah.
They're finally doing Valley Way. So this is.
But this is not on the curb.
I know.
This is,
We always.
this is a
fair
retaining.
and open processes, and if it's over the
Threshold.
the threshold, then it should be a fair and open process. I mean,
It's right in between the curb and the sidewalk. Is
It's not, like, anyone could do it. I'm not saying that they shouldn't.
All right,
But-
let's go.
we're cooking, and everything should be fair and
but there's this cable there thing.
Director, are you able to hear us?
She gets Mr. Keo on the phone. He knows it's bad. He's the one that wanted.
Does he?
To get this done. Yes.
Is the director able to hear us?
We've had companies that.
Zaya Beth, are you on the call?
It's for an open, but the threshold, again.
Okay, then turn it down and just turn it down.
I hear you.
Zaya Beth, if you can hear us, you have to unmute yourself. Can you hear us now?
Did you have trouble calling in? Can you get her on the cell phone? You put the cell phone here?
For some reason, I'll get her on the cell.
Is she muted herself, maybe?
It's okay, we don't have.
Yeah.
Speakerphone. She could probably tell us
Yeah,
what
we
the
don't
the
have
choice
for
is.
her. My question was answered unless you guys have questions for her.
Well,
I'm okay with the
it's good
explanation.
for the, you know, public, to know, yeah. And we could go back to her then. We could go back.
I mean, I don't,
I would like this one told,
it,
where she's not even here, clerk.
Yeah,
I
it's
thought it was for questions only.
okay.
Yeah, we could vote on it when she gets on.
Okay.
We're pulling it. Here she is.
All right, so 283 is pulled.
We're gonna pull the
283-24.
287 as well, the municipal budget, because I need to do a roll call vote on that.
Okay.
Okay.
Zaya Beth, can you hear us? Can you hear that?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I have you on my cell phone, the town council has a couple of questions.
You want to ask your question?
I don't have questions.
The question, Director, is why wasn't this put out to a fair and open bid? It's a $42,000 contract. It wasn't part of emergency work. Why didn't we use the fair and open process?
I decided to go as a contract. I just request as the our price from the current contractor that I awarded in 2021. And I also requested from another contractor, which turned out to be higher in price, so I figured this would be easier. So everything will be done at once.
So it was put out the bid or it was not?
So she did get another.
She didn't put it out the bid. She said she got a bid. So
Which was the other price for?
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry. You did not put it out to bid because of the price.
she requested a price. She did not put it out to bid. She requested a price.
All right, so is there a recommendation that?
Well, hold on. I just have a question, Madam Director. Why does it need to be done in conjunction with the road work?
At that time, I was made aware that there was a problem with these two houses. And there was a concern that cars would be hitting the two homes.
So
we decided to have contract with a consultant to do a safety study to figure out whether or not a guy rail was feasible to be put in place, which wasn't. And the recommendations were to put the ballers, additional curb, striping, and signage.
All right, I'm not sure if I agree that it had to be done in conjunction with the road work.
this is the thing, when you construct a curb, I cannot have them now, the contractor putting the curb, and then the next other contractor that comes out after you put it out to bid to basically excavate what we already have put in. It needs to be done simultaneously. And
Okay,
it
I
also needs to be
understand
done
that.
before the winter starts.
Understood, Director. Any other questions for her?
Thank you. No, but I know the people of Valley Way would be very appreciative if we get this done.
Thank you, Director. I think that'll do it for us.
You're welcome.
All right, so which ones are being?
We're gonna vote
Being
on this
pulled?
one, or we're just?
That was pulled, so,
Okay.
I mean, that was only for a question.
So now we'll
No,
pull
I
it.
wanna pull it because
She doesn't want to vote. for it.
My issue is, we keep talking about transparency and, fair and open bids. If it's over the bid threshold, we should have bid it out, or it should have came and be presented to us as an emergency work so we can pass it. It's not right.
But it's not an emergency, and the engineer just explained that you can't have two different companies do this. This has to be done at the same time the curb is set.
Well,
Well,
again,
that's the answer.
I understand, but again, it's over the bid.
It's over the
threshold.
bid, yeah. That's why there's a provision in the law to allow for this. That's why the law allows you to do this.
Yeah, so it's legal.
But I don't think it's right. regardless.
All right.
Well, the QPA certified,
That's fine.
she wouldn't do anything that would
I
go against the
understand. I
license,
do
so.
I mean, that's a system of checks and balances.
System of checks and balances, it's my right to vote how I want.
So which ones are we pulling? Madam Clerk, can we go down the list?
Sure. So I have 277-24. I have, 279, 280, 281, 282, 283, and 287.
The 283 is just a question, no?
No, they want to pull it.
Okay.
Do you want to pull it now? All right, so we can vote on the other two or three.
Oh, that's.
I make a
Move for
motion.
the acceptance of the consent agenda.
Second.
Okay, sorry. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The consent agenda is implemented. Okay.
77?
277, resolution authorizing contract with certain approved state contract vendors for contracting units pursuant to NJSA 48:11-12A.
Yeah, so I would like to know why we're going this route with 277 and 281 versus us getting the resolutions and improving the projects like we have been doing.
I'm not sure I understand the question, to be
Yeah,
honest
it's
with
just
you.
naming
This
the
is
state
This is
contractors.
typical boilerplate. Every municipality in New Jersey does this. I don't know what the question is.
I'm just trying to understand. Someone came to me and said by us doing this, that essentially you guys want to come back to us whenever we do want to purchase something below the bid
No.
threshold from here.
No.
So I just want to.
But we don't have to come to you below the threshold anyway.
Yeah,
Okay, and if it's above the bid threshold, then we pass this, you still have to come to us, right?
yeah.
If it's above the bid threshold, then it has to go to public bid, correct? This is for buying routine, everyday things. So the state has done, or the co-op has done, sometimes they're
Here it
county
is.
co-ops, there's different ones. We participate in a number of them.
Or you don't have to go out to bid, you can just buy whatever you want.
Well, they get you the best price because
Yes.
they're buying for 50 municipalities.
Exactly.
Yeah, they're doing the bid process for us,
Correct.
and that includes mechanic work, that includes
Correct.
anything that's in.
That I understand, but my question is, by approving this, does that mean then you don't come to us when you want to buy police equipment, for example?
No, this-
From the state co-op?
It's like copy paper.
If it's under the bid threshold,
17.
No,
Well-
right, it's over, it doesn't matter because it's a state co-op, right?
right,
So
so we
we-
can buy,
Purchased equipment before over $100,000, but with approval of the council.
right.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but this isn't authorized, you're authorizing us, the administration, to go out and purchase things based on the price of the co-op.
Mhm.
But in the case like say SCBA's from the fire department, use that from the fire department. If it's in the co-op, say from the Houston Galveston, we're gonna come to you and say, we're going to Houston Galveston, spending $100,000 on those SCBA's. You've given us the authority to go to that co-op, and now we're coming to tell you we're spending that money on.
And then
so
we
you-
vote
so
on
you- You'll know about it. So you're authorizing us to use that service, and then we're gonna tell you that we're using that service. And you'll know that we're spending $100,000 on that, or $10,000 on this,
Got it.
whatever it may be.
But we're still voting on those.
Right.
You'll know about it. Yeah, we have to, I mean.
You have to use the
All
co-op.
of us, anything, all the big larger procurement things, especially the larger procurement ones, she's gonna say, I went to the co-op and I'm letting you know that I'm spending X amount and this price was a prefix menu.
Yeah.
And according to what she was telling me today, these contracts can be 1 year, 2 years, up to 3 years. And it's done by the local governing body that oversees that co-op, whether it be state, county, educational or municipal.
Great.
So,
So if, for example, heavy equipment had to be repaired
right.
under this contract,
Mhm.
you would not have to alert the council at all to go and engage in that.
No, that, it depends on the type of contract. You have already this year, we have actually been authorized by you to go to some of these heavy contracts. We actually have resolutions from you authorizing us to use some of those particular mechanics already because we actually farm out a lot of our repairs. So,
Figure authorizing a contract that we don't have before us yet. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah, maybe you can explain it, because I've had residents trying to make confused, like, why are we authorizing contracts that we don't have before us? They're thinking that this is the open pocketbook with any of these companies, that they don't have, that the resolutions don't have to come before us
It's
to
still
vote
a
on.
budget. Right. So any spending that we do obviously is coming out of the current fund budget or an ordinance that was passed by this governing body or a trust that was done through a dedication by rider. So there's always an authorization to spend. But I think your question, Councilwoman, is that by approving these vendors, if we are going to enter into a contract for, to purchase something through a state contract vendor and that amount is $100,000, are we coming back with a resolution saying, we're using this vendor through this state contract for the purchase of this item?
Like we have been doing since I've been on. That's it,
So I again, being brand new to this municipality, I'm assuming, hopefully not incorrectly, that, we still are going to do those resolutions for those contracts over the 44K budget amount. This just allows us to use those vendors without having to do those sealed bid proposals. So it's easier, as Chief Abbott said, these are vetted contracts with the state of New Jersey or with the various co-ops that we're putting forward in the resolution. It still doesn't absolve us from our typical protocols when it comes to, approving purchases or contracts over, that bid threshold amount.
that was the concern. People were thinking that we're gonna approve this, and then now the rest of the year, you guys weren't gonna come to us with whatever purchases from now until December. Any of these co-ops.
Council
Yeah,
legislative
but
branch.
I allegedly, but that's why people's concerns are that by passing this ordinance, that we wouldn't control the purchasing of this. Now,
That's not what that says.
pocketbook. I know, that's why I asked, because again, transparency for residents. So thank you so much.
I will add that the state of New Jersey, strongly encourages the municipalities to use the state contracts. And there's even some provisions in there of, you should be using a state contract unless you can demonstrate, a 10% savings by going out to the open market. So, while we are still going to do sealed bids for many, many things, the state really is pushing the municipalities to use these vetted contracts. Because, and again, there's economies of scale when the state can put something out that says, 566 municipalities are going to be able to use you. So, they are getting those economies of scales when they negotiate these contracts.
Thank you, Mr. Dipniak.
Okay.
All right.
277, someone off the motion?
Yeah, I'm for a motion to approve 277.
Okay, Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilwoman
Yes.
Geber Michael, Councilwoman Scarpa, Councilwoman Williams.
Yes.
Council President Rutherford.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Skip over.
Okay.
79 and 80.
Correct. 281-24, resolution authorizing contracts with certain approved cooperative vendors for contracting units pursuant to NJSA 48:11-52 for.
No questions. I make the motion.
Okay.
Second.
Okay.
Okay.
Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael.
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams.
Yes.
Council President Rutherford.
Yes.
The motion carries.
All
Uh,
right.
282.
Drum roll. 282-24, resolution of the Township of West Orange authorizing the execution of a purchase agreement and amendment to redevelopment agreement with MDGA West Orange Downtown Redevelopment LLC.
I offer the motion to approve.
Second.
Wait,
You have questions?
Terry.
Oh,
No,
Just
we
contract,
offered
'cause I
them.
pulled-
You have to
I-
offer the-
But I pulled it.
She pulled it.
so-
She pulled it.
But you
You're
have,
right.
but I pulled
Pulled
it,
it.
so I would like.
and then discuss.
You have to offer the motion first and then
First. Okay,
discuss.
go ahead.
That's why, yeah, that's what she's trying to explain.
Thank you.
So Council President offered the motion, second,
Second.
okay,
Stereo.
there you go. Councilwoman.
Thank you.
Yes.
So while I'm very excited about the prospect of a movie studio coming to West Orange, which is the perfect location, I think I've been very transparent about not liking the way this whole process has been about. I don't think it's been fair and open. I think that the beginning wasn't transparent. You guys, I think, since have been. So I thank you, and I thank all the attorneys and everyone who's worked on this. But I have to remain committed. And, like I said, I've been very consistent from the beginning. So while, I do believe there are the votes to pass this
Yeah,
tonight,
no.
and I just,
We
I'm a
need to-
no, only because I just like how this came about. And that's on the administration. It has nothing to do, with you guys. So on that note,
Well, before we vote, I do want to make a comment.
I agree with Council President Rutherford about how we talked about in the beginning, how this came about, and he is right, and that doesn't sit well with me. But like I said, I do believe it has the votes to pass, and I really do pray that this comes to fruition, because my biggest fear is that and other fears that were relayed to me by residents is that this won't come to fruition. There are concerns with the pilot. There are concerns, we can't speak about what we spoke about in executive session, but there have been concerns by many residents to me that there hasn't been a studio partner yet. So these are issues. And, I really wish this project all the best, but I'm a no in an effort to remain transparent and consistent. Mr. Council President, thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
I just want to make a quick statement.
Councilwoman Scarpa and then Williams.
Yeah, again, I'm concerned, I've had concerns along the way about the language and the criteria of the pilot. And that's my primary concern and why I feel I have to vote no. But I do think it's a wonderful thing that the studio will be built in West Orange. I hope the film project goes through quickly and transparently, and that the studio partner is picked ASAP. I hope it's within 90 days or so.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Williams.
Thank you, Council President, for this opportunity to share my sentiments about what will be the most transformative decision that I have ever made in my 3.5 years as an elected official. So I just want to start by saying today is a monumental day in the history of our township. The vote that we are about to take is not just another ordinance. It represents what I believe to be the most important decision of my tenure as an elected official. We stand on the brink of a transformation that will define the future of West Orange for generations to come. This vote is about our studio development project, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that will revitalize our community, strengthen our local economy, and bring new life to properties that have remained desolate for over 30 years. For decades, we have seen the potential of this site, yet it has remained untouched, a symbol of what could be. Tonight, we have the chance to unlock that potential. The development of the West Orange Film Studio, as outlined by Jersey Diggs, is poised to create hundreds of jobs, attract new businesses, and establish West Orange as a hub for creativity, innovation, and economic growth. This project will not only generate millions in revenue, but it will enhance the cultural and artistic fabric of our town. We are not just building a studio, we are building a future where West Orange is known as a destination for filmmakers, artists, and visionaries. A future where our community thrives because we invested in it together. This is a rare and unique opportunity, one that doesn't come around often, and we must seize it. We must move forward together, protecting the long-term interests of our community. And by developing these properties, we are turning a dormant space into a beacon of possibility, productivity, and pride. Tonight, I will cast my vote with West Orange future in mind, knowing that we are making a decision that will shape West Orange in the best possible way. This is our moment. This is our future. Let's take advantage of this once in a lifetime opportunity and move forward together. And yes, this is emotional because again, this is the biggest decision I have made from this chair. It is transformative. It is what's best for our community. And I pray that we move forward and that this passes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Castellino.
Thank you. Nicely put, Councilwoman. I want to thank the Matrix partners for their time, their working together with us the past couple weeks on this. Want to thank my colleague for a lot of time put in on this, Council President Rutherford. You know, we had, as emotional as the Councilwoman had just gotten, this means a lot to our community. As you saw earlier this evening, a lot to our downtown business owners and residents. It's 20 years in the making. So it's a big moment for us, one that we could be proud of. And I'm fully confident that you're gonna, you know, be great partners for our community. I know you already were. You started helping us with the street fair a little bit and jumping right in. You do a lot in New Brunswick and other places that we followed up through. And you've been very impressive so far. So I look forward to the process, you naming your studio partner, getting a feel for our community. And I think tonight, sitting here all evening, you saw how important the downtown is to residents, to business owners that came. And sometimes when that doesn't always mesh together, and to be mindful of the good people that live in downtown West Orange. So I just can't wait for the world to come, the film studio industry to come to downtown West Orange to catch our energy. I will be supporting this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. I want to commend Matrix as well. Certainly our attorney, Mr. Beckelman, who did a yeoman's job navigating competing interests and you know, acting as a bridge between the township and the developers. I will say for the West Orange community, the developers have been forthright and transparent with us every step of the way, at least so far, and I'm grateful for that. This is a hard vote for me as well. I articulated those reasons earlier. And so my lack of confidence is in our side of the table, not yours. And if there was a lack of confidence in your ability to get this done, I would be a no. Now, I do have to say something, Councilwoman. We could have done this last week. We could have gone into executive session and hammered out the same things that we hammered out. And we didn't, because you chose to leave the council meeting to go to a debate watch party. And it was consequential last week too. And then Councilwoman and I had to work over the last 2 weeks to do what could have been done last week in our meeting. So that's just another example of the way we do the business in West Orange. Too often we get in our own way. We make it difficult to do the right thing. And my hope is that we will learn some lessons from what we've already been through and make it a little bit easier to do the right thing. It is the right thing to have 500 approximately new permanent jobs in West Orange. It's the right thing to increase the property taxes paid on that property, not just now, but going forward into the future. It's the right thing to clean up that site in a way that does not involve residential property tax payers in town. It's the right thing to clean up the site, period. It's the right thing to have a movie studio on that site, the place of the first movie studio in the history of the world. And if we're ever going to lean into our history, the culture that is West Orange, this is the opportunity to do so. I'm excited for what the future holds, and I'm looking forward to the vote. Madam Clerk?
Okay, is there a motion to approve to?
It's already been motioned.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. Okay, Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
No.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
No.
Councilwoman Williams,
Yes.
Council President Rutherford.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Congratulations, everybody.
Look forward to working with you, gentlemen.
Do you want to have them sign?
Thank you.
Yeah.
While they're here?
Do you guys want to sign the contract?
We'll sign it tomorrow. Do a look at it. I'm sure that's all.
That's fine with me.
That's
I do appreciate all your work on this and your continued diligence. Have a great rest of your night.
Thank you.
good.
No, not yet.
All right. Okay, 283-24, resolution authorizing the award of a non-fair and open contract to Reggio Construction for safety improvements at 60-62 Valley Way in an amount not to exceed $42,240.
Susan Scarpa? Pull this.
No, I don't have any questions anymore.
Okay,
They were answered.
okay,
I'll make
So I
some-
move to approve.
Second.
okay. Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
No.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams.
Yes.
Council President Rutherford.
No,
Okay.
that was interesting.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So that passes.
Yes, motion carries.
All right, 287.
Yes. This is a resolution to adopt the 2024 municipal budget.
I
Right,
move to,
Madam
Do
Clerk,
we have to do the
we
budget?
need to have a public hearing on the
budget
amendment,
Number one.
and after we close the
No,
public hearing,
Public hearing on the budget, but now it's the budget amendment number one.
We didn't do the public hearing in the
So-
special meeting?
we approved the amendment, but we did not have our public hearing. So we're gonna have to open a public hearing, and once it's closed, you can move to vote on
Correct.
adoption
Thank
of the budget.
Thank you
Okay.
for that reminder. Okay, I have a, do you have
Yep,
your
no,
script?
I don't, but
It's somewhere there.
it's in here.
No, it's not in there. I should have put it in there. There, no. It was in the new. Did you?
Yes, I got it.
You got it? You got it, good. Okay.
The meeting will come to order. Clerk will call the roll.
Okay, Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams.
Yes.
Council President Rutherford.
Here.
This is the time fixed for the public hearing on budget amendment number one. Budget amendment number one was introduced on first reading by the Township Council on September 13th, 2024, was advertised as required on September 19th, 2024, together with the notice of this hearing.
Before opening the hearing, I wish to outline the procedure. Each person desiring to be heard will rise and give his or her name and address before speaking. You can approach the microphone in front of me. I will recognize one speaker at a time in order of rising as nearly as I can determine. Please address all questions to the chair. Where necessary, they will be referred to individual members of the governing body or municipal officials. Questions must be confined solely to the municipal budget before us. School or county matters are not proper subjects of this hearing and cannot be discussed or answered here tonight. I will entertain a motion to open the public hearing on budget amendment number 1.
Second.
Councilwoman Castellino.
Yes.
Councilwoman
Yes.
Geber Michael, Councilwoman
Yes.
Scarpa, Councilwoman Williams.
Yes.
Council President Rutherford.
Yes. The public hearing is now open. If anyone would like to have public comment, you can do so now in person only. Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to close the public hearing on budget amendment
I
number
move
1.
to close public comment.
Okay. Councilwoman Castellino.
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael.
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams.
Yes.
Council President Rutherford.
Yes,
The motion carries.
perfect. So now we can vote on 287.
Yes.
All
I
right.
move to approve 287.
Second.
Okay. Hold on a second. Okay. Councilwoman Castellino.
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael. Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams.
Yes.
Council President Rutherford.
Yes,
The motion carries.
yes.
Do I dare ask, when will we see the capital budget? No pressure, Mr. New CFO.
Councilman, we are working on that now. Yes.
Mr. Detiniak, prior to your joining us in West Orange, I made it very clear to the mayor and our chief, our business administrator, that in the capital budget, I expect to see money for parks. That is it's an important part of that for me. I'm happy to schedule some time to talk with you about it or anyone else. But that is something I've said on multiple occasions I want to see in that capital budget. And it'll be very hard pressed to get a yes out of me if it's not in there. On the budget we just passed, I want to thank everybody that did the work. We were able to get it down to just over a 2% suggested increase. And I think that is, acceptable, livable, especially given all of the open positions and raises and all of the open positions and promotions that we were able to include in that budget. So thank you to my colleagues.
Well, I want to
Councilman.
thank you, Council President, for all the hard work you put in for this budget to help reduce it to where it is now.
Thank you.
So that's because of you. So thank you, Council President.
That is my pleasure. Thank you. Anything else before we go?
Good.
So now we are on ordinances.
Council President, before we get off resolutions, I found the Dover agreement with the help of the clerk. So the Dover agreement was
One moment,
We all did that.
one moment.
We all.
the Township of West Orange entered an agreement with the Township, the town of Dover, dated as of January 1st, 2021. And on page 3 of the agreement, it said this agreement shall remain in effect from January 1, 2021 through December 31st, 2023. And there was no, this agreement has expired and there was no resolution from last year.
Right, so shouldn't there have been a resolution to terminate once Mr. Gross was no longer working there?
It had a sunset provision.
Yeah.
No,
This
'cause we didn't
well,
budget
this-
money and expire. We didn't budget the money for it.
It reappeared in the budget this year.
No, I
We
thought
cut the
that
money
was
out.
The line item, correction, he indicated that it was just, that's what was indicated, was
Yeah,
just, it was
can
just
prove
left,
that.
but it was not supposed to be there or removed.
Yeah, this was expired even while Mr. Gross was still working here in 2024. So
Just want to have it on record. I
You're right.
I have multiple challenges with the way that payment through that shared services agreement was attributed to Mr. Gross. Yeah, and I'm not even confident that when we voted to take the money out that it actually was, especially since it appeared in the budget and then we were told that it wasn't, it was a typo. Who knows if it's a typo or not? At the end of the day, he was not entitled to those payments. He should not have been paid once he was no longer working there. And if it required us to do a resolution to formalize that, then we should have. I didn't know that it required it until tonight when we got one for Essex Fells or whatever the town was, for the health officer, whatever it was we voted on.
That
What was
one didn't have an expiration. This has an actual expiration, so this expired.
So if we were to terminate prior to the expiration date, we didn't need to have a resolution to terminate?
If you terminated prior to the expiration date, you would have needed a resolution to terminate.
I think it was terminated in July of 23. Yeah, it was terminated in July of 23. And it says, according to Mr. Smeraldo, that it expires in December. So we should have had something formalized.
That's the case, yeah.
Yes, and that's an issue
Absolutely.
because we did mention it.
Mhm.
And I mean,
Basically.
the pension is over $14,000 a month. That's a lot, especially if it's being calculated with monies he didn't actually earn.
That's not,
During that
let's be
time.
clear on the record, because we've been saying this all along, and that is not true. He has a contract, he had a contract, an employment contract that specified exactly how much he was paid per year. That says nothing about his salary. That does not go into his salary. There's nothing in the resolution that says it goes into his salary, and there's nothing in his contract that says it goes, because that goes into his salary. So when everybody comes up to the microphone and continues to say that lie, it's just ridiculous and it's embarrassing.
So that extra 40-something thousand he's getting a year wasn't going towards his pension?
There's no extra 40,000. He had an employment contract with a specific number, just like I do and Mr.
But my
Detiniak does, Mr.
assumption
Smeraldo
is it
does.
the number 40-something thousand is my question.
I don't know what 40,000 you're talking. He made far more than $40,000.
No.
Well, I can clarify it.
Not through the shared services agreement.
No,
to be
no, there was
CFO.
nothing, there was never, ever a provision in the shared service contract that went to his salary.
That's confusing.
So when we had the shared services agreement with Dover done, my recollection of that was Dover was going to make a payment to the Township of West Orange. A portion of that payment was going to be kept by the Township of West Orange, and the rest of that payment was going to be forwarded to Mr. Gross.
I can't speak to any understanding anyone has. I can only tell you what's in writing.
This
Well,
does
I'm
not
getting to that.
say that. This does not say that.
Neither the resolution.
Let me get to it. And then we had the second piece of that, which was the BA, when he got the additional increase for being the BA. And between those two, it was my understanding that those together were about $100,000 of additional pay. The issue for me came in when he was no longer performing those services, his income was not downwardly adjusted. There should have been a clause in his contract that stated if he's no longer performing the service of BA, he's no longer entitled to that payment. That wasn't in there. We had no mechanism to withdraw that. That was a
But
sort.
that's what we approved.
That's not what I agreed to in the meeting when we voted.
That was what was in writing. when we
That's not what
voted.
was in writing because we got the contract after we voted, or at least I got the contract after we voted. I did not have the contract, and that's all in a recorded session too. So my argument was the contract did not accurately reflect what we voted on. There should have been a mechanism to withdraw that $60,000 once he was no longer BA, or the $40,000 when he was no longer working in Dover. That wasn't in there, and that's where the sore spot is. Now, we're not changing any of that tonight, but I did want it on the record because I think that's an important fact.
It's good for the, Mr. Detiniak to hear, so.
Yeah.
So
So
I can't speak to what anybody's conversations and understanding was, especially it's a conversation I wasn't privy to, I wasn't a part of. So I'm not going to say you're right or wrong there. I can only say he has an employment contract. All of the money is on the CFO part. That's what he was paid, his entire salary. That is exactly what his pension is based on. The resolution with Dover says nothing about any of that money going to John Gross. It strictly comes to the township. And as far as that you felt maybe he deserved more as BA, I'm not going to tell you you're wrong. You were part of those conversations. I wasn't. But the contract is the contract. And if it should have been written differently or better and it wasn't, so be it. But we shouldn't be coming to a microphone and saying that he was overpaid and he shouldn't have got this and he shouldn't have got that. He had a legal binding contract. And that's what he was paid.
yeah, I just disagree with how that contract was drafted. I don't think it accurately reflects. I don't think it accurately reflects what the intention of the council was in both of those moments. Again, we're not going to agree. And nothing that we do tonight is going to change that.
Just for the record, since we're putting things on the record, this says here that Dover will pay the Township West Orange $65,000 annually for the work performed by the Township West Orange in an interlocal government agreement. It doesn't say it goes into Mr. Gross's pocket. It says that this year will pay 65,000 for the first year and escalated by 2% annual per year, that this agreement remains in effect, and the payments will be made four equal payments, and they list the 4 cycles. There's nothing in here.
Disputing that, Mr. Smeraldo, are you saying that you don't recall any conversation in the town council?
Wasn't
when-
there then.
He was,
I was-
he wasn't
I
the
was working
assistant BA, but he was certainly here. He was doing the housing stuff and
Yeah, but I don't recall
He
that
was on the Zoom
conversation.
call.
I can tell you that I know from and first of all, we're crossing into the area where we talk about personnel, which we tend to not do, and we're naming people. That's one. And two, that his contract was for work to do as a CFO, nothing else. He took on the job as BA, and he took on the other job when we stopped working for CFO or doing the work for Dover. His contract still remained in effect, which was voted on in whatever year that was voted on. And I was not part of that contract negotiation.
right. So that to me is the travesty of the matter, because he was in fact paid himself, because he was the one actually doing the work. There's no, I don't think anyone is trying to suggest that the $65,000 that Dover paid us went into, all 65,000 of it went into our operating account. Some of that money was going to actually compensate the individual who was giving up their time and actually doing the work. And that was the conversation we had in public when we decided to enter into that agreement. Now, whether it was accurately reflected in the contract or not is another story. My assertion is it was not accurately reflected in the contract. Same with the BA. It's not as if we gave him a $60,000 raise after discussing the $60,000 in relation to what it would cost us to hire a separate BA. Part of the argument for voting for that was that it would cost us less and we wouldn't have in salary, and we would not have to pay any additional wages or benefits because he's already got them. And that vote passed, and it was a hard vote. And I made a speech about it because it was a difficult vote. And I was afraid that Mr. Gross would end up walking away and leaving whoever the next mayor was, if it wasn't his choice, without a statutory officer in that seat. You can't even make payroll if you don't have a CFO. So with great reluctance, I still voted for it, but it was not accurately captured in the contract. And that is all that I'm making a claim about right now. Now, we can keep going back and forth. My recollection is not going to change. I was there, I voted, and it's also a matter of public record. Anybody can go back and watch those sessions. All right, so now are we on ordinances on second and final reading?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, 2871.
An ordinance amending chapter 4, sections 33.1 and 33.2 of the revised general ordinances of West Orange, and establishing a section governing the consumption of cannabis in public, and supplementing chapter 4 to add a new section 41 prohibiting alcohol consumption in public. Is there a motion to introduce?
Second.
Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael?
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa?
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams?
Yeah, we have, second read.
Yeah. Council President Rutherford?
Yes,
Thank you.
Maybe second read.
we're happy to open public comment on ordinance 2871-24. There's anyone in person that would like to comment on this ordinance, now is your chance. Please approach the microphone, give us your name and address. Nope, seeing none. Entertain a motion to close public comment.
Second.
You choose to close public comment.
All right, public comment is closed. Did you want to make a comment
Yeah,
or you have
I
a
do.
question?
I had a question about this ordinance, second and final reading. I know and understand that we are trying to reduce and prevent the consumption of these cannabis and alcohol. But we know that we are very light and slack on certain days in our town for certain events. And I just want to be very clear that if this is gonna be something that we enforce, that we're not gonna not enforce it on every given day. We can't have selective enforcement. We can't allow, if we're gonna say it's not allowed, then on St. Patrick's Day, it can't be allowed. So I just want to put on record that we are not going to have selective enforcement of this ordinance for any day, for any entity, or for any group of people.
Yeah, fair across the board.
Sure.
Councilman?
So, and I appreciate that, and that's why it's taken this long to get this ordinance, and it's a shame that we have to do this now, but there's been so many problems. Not just, in the Mississippi parking lot this summer, but also back here on Wheeler Street. We talked about this last meeting, that, there's been multiple issues with, people barbecuing at night in the parking lot. This goes on, drinking and fraternizing to, wee hours of the night. Residents right behind here have been having havoc and melee. Residents over in Quigley's parking lot this summer. It's been just out of control. It needs to be reined in. And we were able, through the special events process permits that Madam Clerk could help the parade committee with, we were able to have the beer gardens on downtown Thursdays, which were just lovely. We had the beer garden at the street fair. So the parade committee, and I'll be more than happy to sit with them. They could, make certain beer gardens along Main Street if they like, and get a special permit for Quigley's parking lot. But for one day a year, where this used to be something, and believe me, as a kid, tradition, it was managed. It's a real shame that we have to put this ordinance on, but we need to give our police the tools they need in their toolbox to be able to manage these activities that have been going on. And it's just been way out of control, Councilwoman. So unfortunately, here's where we are, and we'll have to help out the parade committee because that's a great downtown event for us, but we could figure that out. So I look forward to passing this evening.
Madam Clerk?
Is there a motion to approve?
So moved. Second, or whatever you want to put.
Okay. Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael? Councilwoman
Yes.
Scarpa? Councilwoman Williams?
Yes.
Council President Rutherford?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you. Ordinances on first reading, 2872.
Bond ordinance providing for road, sidewalk, and sewer improvements by and in the Township of West Orange, appropriating $2 million therefore, and authorizing the issuance of $1,904,000 bonds or notes of the township to finance the parts of the cost thereof. Is there? Oh, go ahead. Motion to introduce.
Move for the introduction on first reading.
Okay, so Councilwoman Castellino made the motion, so Councilwoman Williams, I'll do you as a second.
Okay.
Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael? Councilwoman Scarpa?
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams?
Yes.
Council President Rutherford?
Yes.
The motion carries. 2873-24, an ordinance amending and supplementing Chapter 7, Traffic, subsection 7-14.2A, parking prohibited on certain streets during certain hours of certain days of the revised general ordinances of West Orange. Is there?
Move for introduction on first reading.
Thank you. Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael?
Yes.
Councilwoman
Yes.
Scarpa? Councilwoman Williams?
Yes.
Council President Rutherford?
Yes.
Okay, 2874-24, an ordinance amending and supplementing Chapter 7, Traffic, subsection 7-26.1, bus stops, 7-10.2, stopping or standing prohibited during certain hours on certain streets on certain days, and 7-14.2A, prohibited parking on certain streets during certain hours of certain days of the revised general ordinances of West Orange.
Introduction on first reading.
Second.
Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael? Councilwoman
Yes.
Scarpa? Councilwoman Williams?
Yes.
Council President Rutherford?
Yes.
The motion carries. 2875-24, an ordinance amending and supplementing Chapter 7, Traffic, subsection 7-32.2, restrict parking zones of the revised general ordinances of West Orange.
I move for introduction on first reading.
Okay. Councilwoman
Yes.
Castellino? Thank you. Councilwoman Scarpa?
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams?
Yes.
Council President Rutherford?
Yes.
The motion carries. Now we have to go back to those two resolutions.
Yes.
279
Lord, I
and 80.
forgot
Can we
about
do them together or we have to do them separately?
I believe you have to do them separately.
Okay.
279-24, resolution authorizing an award of contract to Reggio Construction in an amount not to exceed $80,870 for the NJDOT Municipal Aid Carlson Road, Cullen Drive, and Colonial Woods Drive Improvement Project.
I move that we adopt this resolution.
Thank you. Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa, Councilwoman Williams,
Yes.
Council President Rutherford.
Yes.
The motion carries. 280-24, resolution authorizing an award of contract to DLS Contracting for the 2023 CDBG Road Rehabilitation of Valley Road from Kingsley Street to Northfield Avenue in the base bid in an amount not to exceed without authorization, $810,446.90.
I move for the adoption of this resolution.
Thank you. Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams,
Yes.
Council President Rutherford.
Yes.
The motion carries.
And
Now,
All right.
to pending matters, new matters, council.
So I do have one issue I'd like to, Mr. Smeraldo or Mr. Abbott, has the RFQ for the forensic audit gone out yet?
Still waiting for council to respond. The last draft went out. Councilwoman Geber Michael said she would respond by Sunday. So this morning, did you get anything?
So I
I did not respond because he's gonna respond tonight.
Yeah.
Everyone.
So, yeah.
There have to be revisions made.
So she and I have done some work on it. It just took us a little longer than
I
expected.
just don't want you to think we're slow walking it. We're
All right,
waiting.
so we are, I will send those in to you. I am also going to, for my colleagues' benefit, narrow the, scope and, limit it to just 23. We'll start with 23. And we can work our way either forward or back after we get the results from 23. So I will send that to you. Will that need to be voted on?
That's a legal question.
amendment.
Not if it's a contract, I'm sorry, if it's a request for request for qualifications, and no, that would be, we've asked the council, the administration's asked the council for their recommendations for what to include into the RFQ. Because when it was on for matters of new business, it was the recommendation of the council to put on this RFQ, and I believe there was a resolution that set forth the
There
same.
was, yes.
So the short answer is no. If you send me the comments to it, actually, let me double back with the director of the law department, but my understanding, Stephen Gengaro's understanding is no, I don't believe so.
It is my understanding as well, because that is the administration's purview to, issue and, respond to the responses they get for RFQs. Now, I know this is under our investigatory powers, so I just want to be clear. We asked this question last council meeting as well. How are we choosing the vendor from the responses that we get?
I believe I sent a memo on that.
Well, refresh my recollection.
Okay, the administration will will go through the process for determining which vendor is responsive to the request that the administration recommends the township use, the township uses, and you'll vote on.
So, but the question was put to you whether or not, under our investigatory authority, we have the ability to bypass that and select the individual performing the service for the town council.
Right, and the response that was given from the law department, if I'm not mistaken, is that the selection of the contractor is in full purview of the.
And that was challenged and requested that we have the law that states that. What is the law state regarding?
Included in the memorandum, first of all, the Sharp James case is very clear that it's the administration who selects who has the power to contract. And then your job as council members is to either approve or say no to the person that the administration puts forth.
So we.
And then, by the way, might I just add, if there was an additional question, somebody could have reached out to me before 12 o'clock tonight.
I do have a question.
Are you upset that you have to sit here till 12 o'clock with us?
Very, very much the opposite of that.
Okay,
I'm
so
really
then-
upset that nobody reached out to me prior to that.
Well, that's all right. We don't have to reach out to you prior to anything. I'm asking you right now. All right, I want to know the question. I want to answer
I will
my
discuss with the
questions
director of the law
tonight.
department and we will get back to you.
Right, who, the same director who is now for 2 years been paid without a contract and said that that was okay. The same director that had the mayor
I will not.
vote in a council proceeding and said that that was correct, which is exactly why the information from the law department has been challenged.
Council President, you asked a question for the law department. The law department gave you a response. Rather than waiting, rather than responding to that or putting forth your position with regard to that, you waited till now.
That's exactly right. I waited to now. You know why? Because it's my prerogative. If you don't like it, you don't have to.
Your prerogative should be to move government forward.
Yeah,
It's not moving government forward to not ask questions ahead of time.
okay. Well, it's moving government forward at the pace at which I choose to and in the form in which I choose to, which is completely my prerogative. And you don't have to like it.
Give you an answer. You can't give it to, all of them can't give us answers unless they have the questions ahead of time.
All So
let-
what we just went through was a reiteration of what we already went through. And I want to be clear because I don't accept the answer that I got from the law department.
Okay.
That's why we had that exercise.
Okay, I think we should move on.
I have a
Councilwoman.
question, Mr. Guerra. In the event that we don't approve the vendor that was selected, let's say 10 people apply and 5, I guess, are considered pass, and then you pick one. Do you then go back and bring one of the other 4
Yeah,
to us?
Not necessarily, it's up to the mayor.
correct.
That's
Right, so that's
We
why
in
that
the-
can't
well,
possibly
we,
be the
the
case.
administration, not we as in Stephen Gengaro or
I
somebody
understand,
else.
yes.
So, well, the issue though is what if one of the 5 that the mayor decided not to include as suitable respondents? What if one of those 5 is in fact a firm that we wanted to choose and we don't ever get a chance to vote on?
It's the administration's decision, it's the administration and the mayor's decision as to who to put forth responsive to these bids or requests for qualifications.
Right, that's where we disagree. All right, I'm good on it.
Hey, could you please provide any citations you might have that
I'm not an
contradict the,
I'm not an attorney. It makes perfect sense to me that if we're gonna investigate somebody, the person we're investigating doesn't get to choose the investigator, right? Like that just makes perfect sense to
Conflict.
anyone in any business. Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yeah, on a positive note, I would just like to thank, I don't know if it's Mr. Dicniak, our new CFO, or if it's Karen, but I finally got the supplemental debt statement I've been asking for with every bond issue. Who do I thank? But, and I assume this is a sign of good things to come because I do expect it when we bond and I do expect to understand how it affects our debt picture. And it would also be great if we could get that annual debt statement up, even on the website, as soon as it's performed. Many of the public have asked for that. I think it's supposed to be on the website.
Yes, so the annual debt statement, our introduced adopted budgets, our unaudited and annual financial statements are all supposed to be on our website going back at least 5 years. So
Right. I know Mr. Krakowiak has asked for it many times, and I know that you'll do a good job and get it there.
I'll make sure that the annual debt statements are on there. And as we, authorize debt and we do new supplemental debt statements, that those are also posted with the date of the first ordinance
Great,
reading.
thank you. I
So-
have a lot of confidence in you.
Mr. Dutniak, I have a question. I noticed that the 2023 audit wasn't on our website unless I wasn't looking for it in the right place.
So the 2023 audit is not complete. Samuel Klein and Company is in charge of completing our 2023 audit. I'm having a meeting with them Thursday morning to go over the field work. Now, we obviously are late in the audit season. Statutorily, audits are due June 30th for calendar year municipalities. Since COVID, Division of Local Government Services has pushed that out to September 30th. So Samuel Klein will be responsible for the audit testing. We've completed the audit schedules with PKF O'Connor Davies. That was something that they did during their contract with the township. So the hope is that we can turn around this audit very quickly. And hopefully we can come back in a month with the audit and any potential comments for corrective action, before this governing body. But yes, the 2023 audit is not complete yet.
Thank you.
Council President, if I may, Mr. DeBowie was looking for, was it the appraisals on downtown or something with Rock Springs?
Yes, well, he mentioned both of them, but I think he wanted the appraisals for the Main Street properties.
Yeah, I didn't want to interrupt whomever was speaking at the time, but he needs to just file an Oprah request. I mean, there is a process. We're not hiding anything. He can have whatever he can have. It goes to legal. They look at it. They determine what the losses he can have and he can't have, and he gets it.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Mr. Abbott. Councilwoman?
Yeah, I just wanted to see if we can do an assessment on handicap parking spaces throughout town. As we've been traveling, we are realizing that there are some that may not be utilized, but they're still in existence. So if we could have a check done on that, that would be appreciated.
Councilwoman, that to follow up, and I'm glad you mentioned it because Councilwoman Castellino asked us last time, and I did discuss that with our municity program and asked them if that we can track that. And one of the things they said is that they can't do it on the GIS because we'd have to create our own GIS, but we can flag a property.
GIS.
The GIS system, it's the geo informational system where it's a mapping. So we can't do that. But what we can do is we can flag a property that does have a handicap located in front of it so that if there is a, if we need to do like a tickler of some sort that says, maybe we should check on it, we'd have to come up with the different parameters and how to do that. But we also have to go through an ordinance to remove something if we don't know, if the person moves or not,
We can ask Beth too tomorrow if there's a way for the parking study that's going on right now.
Yeah.
Look at that.
So here's my question, a simple question. You have a handicap parking spot in front of your home. Should you have it, is your license plate supposed to have the placard or?
Not necessarily. It can, it may, but you can also have the tag from your rearview mirror.
But you need to have.
You need one or the other.
Because I'm seeing, I don't see any of that on these cars that I've been reporting to you. And like I said, on Mitchell Street the other day, I saw a bunch of them in a row and not one of them had a handicap parking
Right, just give me the address.
on the car.
On the radio car.
Okay, great.
All right, one other thing on financial matters. Mr. Titiniak, what I had said when I said I wanted to ask you for something later, this is what it is. I would like all of the reports and documents related to our 2021, 2022, and 2023 end of year reconciliation. Is that a labor intensive? And if it is, you can start with 23 and work back as your calendar allows.
I just want to have a clear understanding of the end of the year. So, not just bank reconciliations, but sort of our budget reports, our revenue reports, anything that's used to complete an unaudited financial statement. Is that really what you're looking for?
It is. I want to
Okay.
make sure that all of those do actually line up and that there are no gaps or holes. So that's what I wanted. That's why.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you very
I'll
much.
I'll start putting those documents together and, we can coordinate.
Thank you very much. Feel free to just send it to the entire council,
Yeah.
but I'm the one that actually, I need to see.
Okay.
Thank you very much, sir.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
Anything else? Nothing else? All right, let's go.
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
The meeting is adjourned.
Good night, West Orange. Good night, everybody.
Thank you.